Andrew, doing well as always. Looking forward to getting to cover this one with yourself, and looking like a decent final table. Few faces I don't recognise, but we'll run you through the 9 players that are playing it out for £97,500 plus the WSOP circuit ring. So in 1, we're going to have Charles Chattha. 2, Yannik Seabrook. 3 is Paul Allen. 4, George Constantin. 5 is Gerges Issa. 6, Arian Hassankashani. 7 is Daniel Charlton. Patrice Brandt in the 8C, and Mark Hayes completing the lineup in number 9.
Lovely stuff. Right, off to it, guys. Blinds 40, 80k. Bunch of short stacks, Jay, on this table. We'll notice from the chip counts immediately. Going to be a lot of pressure on them, right? Straight away on these sort of Midland stacks, Jay, looking to ladder up a little bit.
Yeah, of course. It seems like Gerges has got a commanding chip lead at the moment, sitting there with just over 6 million. Arian with 4.3 second in chips. So we'll see how it goes, but you got a few of these around 10 big blind stacks, sub 10 BBs, and interested to see how this one's going to play out. And kicking things off, Arian with the ace queen suited opens to 180.
Yep, Dan Charlton there, and Patrice getting out of the way. Round 2, Charles Chattha. Immediate decision, Jay. Pocket 6s on the button.
Yeah, seems like a real awkward one here. I think we could definitely just go with fold here. Full ring, early position open, 6s on the button, just into the muck. I think that's a disciplined lay down to kick things off from Chaz.
Yeah, nothing really to be done. We did reference those shorter stacks. 6s not quite going to make the cut. Round 2, Paul in the big blind. Now that is a look, Jay. That is a bold look. I'm not going to lie. Not sure I can pull that one off.
I definitely could not myself.
Oh, and look at this. Going for the 3-bet right off the bat here. Recognizing that Arian going to be getting after it. Goes for 3-bet, Jay, with just ace-5 off. Pretty small size, makes it 450k.
Yeah, 2.5x size in here. Can't see Arian going anywhere against this small size. So going to come along with position. And to the streets we go in a 3-bet coup early on, $1 million in the middle.
Yeah, Paul getting straight after it. Doesn't manage to shake his man. Flop is 9-5-8 rainbow. Paul does take the lead. Flopping bottom pair. Arian, 2 overcards here. Backdoor nut flush draw and straight draws.
Pretty awkward board for Paul out of position here. Once we go that 2.5x size in, you do expect Arian to call like all this, like 10-9 suited, Jack 10 suited, all this stuff with position. But undeterred, let's go for the just south of quarter pot sizing with bottom pair.
Yeah, looking to potentially fold out some Broadway stuff, non-backdoors. Arian, though, takes the price, making the call in position with the ace-queen of hearts.
It seems standard with our 2 overcards and the nice backdoors.
Right off the bat, inflated pot between 2 of the chip leaders, and my goodness me, what a turn. Ace of spades, potential disaster for Arian. Paul with the incredibly disguised top and bottom pair, Jay.
Yeah, ace on the turn, so just expect Paul now to go bet with this one. And Arian going to be in a real gross spot early on here during the FT. This is not what he would have wanted playing a pot of this magnitude.
Absolutely, this is pretty grim. I think with this really small size in pre also, you expect Paul to go bigger, Jay, right? With a hand like ace-king, if he's going to 3-bet it at all.
Yeah,
so ace-queen can feel... You don't want to say the effect of nuts, but very confusing spot here for Arian. Very small size again from Paul. Bets 350k. Quickly called by Arian. Oh my goodness, what a river. Queen of diamonds. Hand 1, final table. Arian Rivers top 2.
Where has this lady come from on the end? This is going to be really interesting here, because obviously Paul's got to think about hands that Arian's going to take this line with, but with the small 3-bet size pre-will, he is going to go for value And it's just a quick call from Arian with the ace-queen against the small size as well. That's like quarter pot there from Paul on the river. Do you think there's any merit in raising there, Andrew, with the ace-queen?
I'd like to have seen Arian take a bit more time. Just such a strange sort of line to face, right? Like tiny 3-bet and then tiny size flop, turn, and river. As it stands, perhaps just worried, Jay, that he could just run into the blade of top set or something like this if he raises, and unlikely to get called by a worse hand. Of course, ace-5 would have been one that could have been in there for a hero call if Arian had raised. In any case, what a start for him at this final.
I think that's a good point you make. Difficult to get called by worse. We don't expect too much like ace-9, ace-8, ace-5 in there once they 3-bet our EP open, so it makes sense why we could just play cool, even facing the quarter pot sizing. But what a start for Arian.
Fantastic stuff. As we see Gerges under the gun, King Jack O. Gonna come in for a raise. Makes it 180 to go. Round to Patrice, gets rid of the King-9 of clubs. Round to Paul now, fresh off that rocky start, Jay. Pocket 5s in the small blind.
Once
and
again,
about 40 bigs effective.
A fairly awkward one. We've also got George behind us who's sitting with sub-5, but is happy to call here from the small. George just gets out of the way with his short stack. So Paul getting involved again.
Let's make the call.
Excuse me. Could I get a large bottle of water, please? I'm gonna have
Off to the flop we go. King 8-4. Gerges taking the lead here with top pair. Paul, let's have some backdoors available, Jay. Pretty tricky spot for him here.
Yeah, awkward face with 2 overcards against the chip leader, who could be capable of firing barrels in down the street. So just gets out of there. Can understand that. As Paul. And that is
nice
Paul.
Pickup for our chip leader.
And that is Paul Allen, sat in that seat. 143k in live earnings for that man. Best live cash actually coming here at DTD. Come third a few months back in a super high roller for £17,000. Regular here, I believe, in Nottingham. And to be fair to you, Andrew, there's a few unrecognisable faces, let's say, for this final table. Big FT, nearly 6 figures up top, and I know Charles Chattha very well. Obviously, Arian, Dan Charlton, know he's a good friend of yours. But the rest of them, I think a fair amount of locals here, which is actually great to see.
We got to give a shout out, Jay. We got to give a shout out to Charlton. I'm supposed to be unbiased. I'm going to be shamelessly biased here. Macclesfield's finest, Dan Charlton, hopefully gets the spin up going. Working with around 12.5 bigs. Yeah, Dan, very experienced. He's going to know to be patient, wait for the right spot. As we see Arian here getting after it once more, Jay, with ace-5 of diamonds.
And over to Patrice here with the king-queen suited. Interesting one as one of these middling stacks. Patrice Brandt from Germany. And they're going to take the tight approach, which is 10 what you used to see sitting fourth in chips with all these short stacks around the table, not wanting to tangle with Arian.
Yeah, just a feature of that sort of middling stack. You got to play so tight. Could have potentially used that one, I think, as a 3-bet bluff, but makes some sense to get out of the way with all the shorties involved. And Paul J, bit of a wild card. Don't know much about him, and he's played 100% VPIP here. 3 hands from 3. Not interested in the tight approach. Going to make the call with 8-9 of spades.
Yeah, I think I agree. One you could see going into the muck here. with these shorties around the final. Is going to get involved. Does have position on the opener.
You go three ways. King, Jack, 10, Rainbow. Arian here, still best with just top pair. Of course, can't know it.
He's going to find C-bet here.
Find C-bet. Has come in for 175k. Nicely done from Arian. Gets the quick two folds.
Nicely done, and not just that, gets the chip lead as well. Now sitting 1 of 9. Arian Hassankashani, just shy of 400k in live earnings. Biggest live cash of 55k coming in Edinburgh of last year. And interesting fact about Arian as well, Andrew, this is his 11th final table in the last 6 months. So a man that's on a bit of form. I know he works on his game and puts a lot of study in, but getting the results as well to go alongside it.
Only 11.
Only 11.
Pump those numbers up, son. That's rookie numbers. Yeah, pretty sick form from Arian. Going to be feeling very confident now after that huge swing, River in the top two pair against the inferior two pair of Paul. We see Charlton getting out of the way under the gun with the ace-8 off. And to Charles Chattha. Also going to get out of the way. George here, going to need to get moving quickly. Down to 4 bigs, Jay. Round to the 2 chip leaders. We expect some interesting dynamics to develop between them, sitting side by side. Gerges going to limp with 7-4.
And Arian got one that we can do some work with. Bottom of the range, polar spot. So it's going to take this 9-4 and get aggressive.
Yeah, very nicely done. Takes it down pre. So guys, if you are just joining us, World Series of Poker Circuit, main event FT, with myself and Jay in the booth. And as Jay had referenced earlier, first place going to be taking home just a shade under £100,000. Not too shabby. All 9 players have £7,500 locked. Then we get into the 5-figure realm, 10k for 8th, 12.5 for 7th, 17.5 for 6th, 22.5 for 5th, £30,000 for 4th, 42.5k for 3rd, £62,500 for 2nd, and the winner of the main event takes £97,500 plus the World Series of Poker Circuit ring, Jay, and you get that Tournament of Champions seat you can use in Las Vegas. I believe that's a $1 million free roll, essentially, Jay, for all ring winners. So not too shabby.
Not bad at all. Back into things, folding round. George has got around 4 or 5 hands to get his sub-4 BBs in. And Arian here with the 10-8 could potentially just set Dan Charlton in, knowing that there's a sub-4 big blind stack. Dan sitting with 10.5 BBs. Could definitely see the move in from Arian here. But he's taking the chips back, so it's just going to go for complete from the looks of things. Thought we might see some pressure come in.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jay. You know, a stack of 4 big blinds on the table. I believe another stack shorter than Dan's. A little surprised to see limp only. Dan now with the option. Going to take a flop in position. Checks back Jack 10. Does have Arian dominated. Ace King 9 with 2 clubs.
That's an interesting one because it's intriguing from Dan's perspective because we expect Arian to shove all his like ace X, king X type holdings for 10 effective when there's a 4 big blind stack. So don't expect the ace X or king X to hit. Can obviously have some 9s here as Arian, but Don't see Dan ever folding here, especially with a gut shot. But more importantly, Jack 10 high can definitely be the best of it here.
Yeah, agreed. Feels like a very heavily overbluffed spot. As you just referenced, Jay, lots of Arian's Ace-X and King-X already ripped it in pre. Dan does find the call. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Jack high of Dan's still best. Decision point for Arian, Jay, on whether to try and continue the story.
Yeah, because you flip it and it's the same scenario for Arian. He will probably expect, well, probably actually not as wide with the 4 big blind stack. Actually, maybe Dan does do some checking with like some suited Ace-X and whatnot, which I think would be viable. So maybe it is different from Arian's perspective, and Dan can still have some Ace-X, King-X here. So he's going to shut down on the turn.
And it's a great river here for Dan. Ace pairs the board. Of course, makes it even less likely for Arian to have any type of value here. And he is going to give this one up. And Dan going to be absolutely thrilled to table Jack high as the winner.
Yeah, big pot for him. Just shy of a 50% stack increase for Dan Charlton. Just over $500,000 in live earnings for him. Biggest cash actually coming in the WSOP main event for 261k.
Yeah, feels like a huge pickup, that one for Dan. Obviously, very experienced player. If you can get some chips going, Jay, could cause some trouble for the rest of the table.
Agreed.
I'm going to put you on the spot, Jay, just because I'm allowed.
Oh,
I'm in
no.
charge.
Oh, no.
Pick me a winner out of this field. Who's going to win the tournament?
At the moment, I think Arian is favourite, obviously with the chip lead, the obvious one, and he plays very well and experience at these final tables. He's had a lot over the last sort of 12 to 18 months, so I'd have to go Arian. I think he's the clear shout. But if I was going for like the underdog, if you like, I fancy Charles Chattha. I've seen him play a couple of FTs over the last 6 months or so, and he plays some good stuff. So there's my take. What about you, Andrew?
Ooh. Yeah, well, normally, right? I mean, it's boring to just choose the chip leaders, right? Right? I mean, come on.
It is boring. You know, it is boring.
A little ambition.
All right.
I'm going to go for the wild card Paul in the magnificent Ferrari get-up. I've never seen anything quite like it. One guy I think who is very good is Patrice Brandt in your screen there. Played a bunch with him. He's kind of going under the radar here, Jay. I think if he manages to find a double, you know, he is going to be a real threat. And Charlton, I got to back Charlton. I told you I'm going to be flagrantly biased towards the Dawn. If he can find a double, he'll be in the mix. As we see Paul here, raise and take with the ace-10. Oh. Yeah, we probably expect a fair amount of KG play, Jay, right, in the early goings. Everyone looking to lather up and get rid of some of the shorter stacks before things open up.
Yeah, I think a lot of play at the moment is revolved around that sub 4 BB stack, waiting for those to be all in, see whether he doubles, see whether he busts. George Constantin looking to spin it up. And George only with 3 recorded caches on the database, but all coming at DTD here in Notts, and always great to see when you got a regular in the card room running deep in one of these big tournaments. So rooting for the spin for George in 4.
Gonna have to get out of it. The blinds are hunting him. Doesn't have too long to get it in, Jay. Still alive. 9-handed here at this main event final table. So we see Charles under the gun, 4-5 of diamonds. And here we go. You just referenced George J. Pocket 5s, 4 big blinds. Time to put them to work. Moves in for 315k. And wow,
this
looks like he's going to get it through.
This is ill for Mark, because Mark is obviously sitting 8 of 9, and he's woke up with 7-3 off in the big blind here. This is a grim spot, Andrew, but I think we have to let it go and just move to the next hand. We are getting this price, but I guess we have the added benefit of if we call and we do win, we knock a player out, we ladder, but reverse that, we call and we lose, suddenly we go short stack with only 4 odd bigs.
Yeah, we can't call here, Jay, I don't think. One of these spots, it's incredibly frustrating, of course, but every chip so valuable. We can fold, still have 8 bigs back, you know, have a full orbit to find a couple of good spots. This would be very thin, in my opinion. You'd be risking, what, 40% of our stack, Jay? 7-3-0? Ugly.
And we don't expect, like, George to just rifle in a random any 2 as well, which is obviously important. So it's not like a situation where sometimes we can be ahead because it's just impossible with 7 height.
It does get out of the way, and George pretty much doubling up, Jay, no showdown. Never a bad thing. Himself in the hunt.
Yeah, very frustrating one for Mark Hayes. Not what you want to peel in that situation, but does get out of there. George will be happy with a small pickup.
Hero fold.
If I had like a big stack, I'd call 2 pot.
Yeah, absolutely.
No. 40% probably.
40% of the straight.
Typical stuff.
I'm going to see how many troll comments I can get them to broadside so that everyone who watches this thinks I'm a fish.
The other day on the stream, somebody put in a comment.
See cards back in the air.
Mastered it, you know, like masters in subject, mastered it, and then the guy was reading it out. He didn't realise what he was saying.
Action on Yannik under the gun.
He was saying, I'm not sure what you mean about that, but he read it out a couple of times, and he started talking about the mastered poker.
Pocket 3s working sub 20 bigs. Should be going into the mark. He seems to have other ideas, Jay. Reaching for chips.
Yeah, don't expect these small pocket pairs to be opening from gun unless we are chip leader. So Yannik just maybe wanting to get involved here, not wanting to fold a pair. Opens to 160 off of his 20 BBs. And Arian here, Queen Jack offsuit. Could we ever just like make this 350 as Arian with the Queen Jack off and go after Yannik sitting pretty on 20, but is just going to let it go.
Is going to give respect to the under the gun open. You know, strategically speaking, you're not going to expect, Jay, someone to open pocket 3s here off 19 from under the gun. So gets the respect. Picks his spot and gets it through.
Yannik Seabrook, another one. Plays a lot of DTD. And maybe a cash game grinder, because first recorded cash on the database come in January of this year.
It's so funny. I think the guy, like, he did it loads and made like YouTube videos out of it, and it's just outstandingly hilarious. He did loads of them, like loads of different names.
Giving full biography of me to everybody.
Mate, you're squeezing me every time. Before betting me and all that, mate, I'll tell you that now.
That's the dealer not to give me ace 5 and 4.
Action on Paul under the gun, gets out of the way. Round 2 Dan. In the hijack, 10-8-0. I believe it, Arian? No, I thought he might have opened. Round to Dan, gets out of the way. Action on Patrice Brandt. 9-5 of diamonds in the cutoff. Potentially looking to attack some of the shorter stacks, Jay. Does get out of the way.
I think 9-5 would just be 2 on the wide side though. It seems like Patrice agrees, gets out of there, and going to be a walk for Yannik. Charles not continuing with the Jack Deuce off.
A nice little chip up for Yannik, getting an open through and then gets a walk.
back to that story in my head.
It is a good one, to be fair.
I just see us saying like, well,
You got so many of them and so many different names.
if I was high watching that,
Fairly cagey start to this final, as you would expect.
expect that you're just high watching that.
Bunch of short to middling stacks.
Yeah, to be fair, just the distribution of cards everyone's been getting dealt, just nothing that
Yeah.
can really happen at the moment. We had the ace-5 off versus ace-queen early on, but other than that, it's just been snug stuff from everyone.
Honestly, like, be so careful.
We do see back-to-back walks at this FT. Paul waking up with a monster also. Ace-king of clubs. Action for him.
Was you calling for jam?
Had ace king of clubs.
No, was you calling for jam?
Nah, pass. I'm waiting for queens plus.
Thank you, Abdul.
If it was double suited, I would call, but suited, I'd fold.
So funny if it's actually first time.
I'm going to see how many cringy poker lines I can get in.
Guys, can you do it?
And read the YouTube comments. I thought, oh, Sheldon, he's not funny. He thinks he's so funny. What a guy. And he needs a haircut. I'm already going to get fucking flamed for that ace-5-3 bet, I'm sure.
I mean, yeah. It was early on in the session, so I guess you're just trying to make a mark in it. Really worked out well.
I think it's a good hand and a good spot to do it.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to take it down pre-flop though, really.
I'm sure I'll look it up later and find out it was atrocious, but we lived, we learned. So many spots I look up, like studying, and I'm like, was this a good bluff? Like, is it good, like, turn 9, good river line? Oh, I just fold pre-flop. Oh, what?
Just having a little look in the old YouTube comments section. Always dangerous, Jay. Always a little bit of aggro in there. A little bit of abuse. A little bit of abuse amongst those contributing. Hello, everybody. If you are just joining us, feel free to engage with myself and Jay. Who's going to win, guys? I want to see. Stick it in there. Who's gonna take this one down? Hope everyone is doing well, enjoying your Sunday afternoon. What better place to spend it than watching this main event final table? As we see Gerges here getting after it. Jack 7 of diamonds under the gun, Jay. Perhaps recognizing everybody playing pretty tight. We see Mark quickly ditch ace 10. Around about 7 bigs. Illustration there, Jay, of how tight everyone feels they need to be playing. Round to Yannik. Imagine Charles going to get out of the way here with king 4. Round to Yannik, pocket 5s once more.
Gerges just recognising the situation, I think, and the first sort of half an hour has been fairly snug. Lots of walks, lots of raise and takes, so taking advantage of that with a suited jack. And looks like George is happy to go with the ace 4 in the big.
Yeah, it does. Send it in. And Gerges priced in, Jay, and here we go. First all-in and call at this final.
Yeah,
George at risk.
Really interesting one with the ace 4. Because it's a situation where we're never getting our opponent to fold. We have no fold equity, always going to have this situation, but we are in front. Got to be fading a jack or a 7.
Here we go. George Constantin at risk. And look at this, Jack 10-8, disaster of a flop for George. They need to hit one of 3 remaining aces in the deck, or a backdoor straight, or he is out of here. 3 on the turn. 3 outs once. Can he find it? Can't do so. Jack of clubs on the river. George decided, Jay, line in the sand. Working with around about 5 bigs, decided it's time to run it. Unfortunately for him, can't hold up. And he is our 9th place finisher. Good run, George. Takes home £7,500, Jay, and we're down to 8.
Aaron, good for his biggest ever live cash as well. So great run from George. That leaves us with 8. Everyone now locked up 5 figures.
Charlton. Over under how many comments I will get blaming me for the ace-5 off 3-bet first hand.
Sigh of relief for all of the short to middling stacks, Jay, of course. Happy to ladder up. Everybody now guaranteed £10,000.
I love a good punt, mate.
Tough spot, Jay, right? Ace 4-0, 5 bigs, pretty grim against under the gun.
It's interesting because, like, we can have the best hand, but the problem we've got no fold equity. Whatever Georges has opened there, we're getting called, and like the ace 4 off, even if he's opened like a 5-6 suited, that's still got a healthy 45% against us, whereas we can just call for a big blind, see a flop, catch a piece, then decide to go with it, keep our tournament alive. The times that we get the whiff like the flop was, could have potentially been another avenue to take, but good run nonetheless, and decent score to take home.
Absolutely, I'm with you. And here we go, Dan Charlton working with 1.1 million here. Pocket jacks +1, 14 bigs effective, Jay.
Yeah, seems like a clear open here. Slightly too many bigs to even think about open shoving, especially with the stack of mark at the table. And obviously Charles Chattha, short now as well, hasn't been able to get involved once yet on this FT.
Yeah, it does come in for the min, 160k.
And this is why we open as well. One of the great examples, the big blind chip leader in the big, like he's going to defend 2 undercards, which are going to be so slim in terms of equity pre-flop. We want hands like that to continue, catch top pair, potentially get a double up ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Flop king 5 deuce with 2 spades. Dan here, 93% favorite.
I'm pretty sure it was 3-bet. 3-flop some.
He's going to check back, Jay. Look to pot control this one, potentially induce some bluffs down the streets. Turn is a 6. Gerges now does turn a gut shot. Let's check it over though. Back to Dan.
An interesting one for Dan here after checking back flop. Feels like we're going to have the best hand most of the time here, and could obviously go for the small delay on the turn.
Seems like a 3-bet.
Is the avenue that he decides on. Quick fold from Gerges in the big. Another nice pickup for Dan. Of course, every pot at this stage of the tournament so important. Keeping himself afloat, Jay.
That's what you got to do at FTs.
You say seat 3 open, that's fucking foreboding. Am I gone, am I?
Oh. Did he say 3?
I thought so. I'm like, oh god. Have we just confirmed that this next hand's rigged?
Will it break? We're going to break now. We're confused.
I mean, to be fair, we haven't had one for ages.
This hand, yeah.
Like, it's about time.
Action back on Dan. Queen Jack off. Well, Queen Jack suited, no less, excuse me. Does decide to get out of the way. Working with 18 bigs, Jay. Very disciplined laydown. Quite like it with a bunch of short stacks behind. Round to Yannik. Ace Jack off in the hijack. Reaching for chips.
Clear open for Yannik here from late position.
Yeah, I just remember doing a Macclesfield chat.
Does make it 185 to go.
Well,
Arian here.
very interesting one, because with Yannick's stack size here, 20 effective, just north of 21 closer to, is there any merit in getting aggressive here as Arian and just saying I'm all in with the Queen Jack suited and running this?
I think jam a very, very viable option here. Just completely cage Yannick with a hand like this, Ace Jack. Several shorter stacks behind, but is going to take the passive route. And with you, Jay, wouldn't have minded to see it. Does decide just to call. And well, outflops him. Queen 6-6, top pair for Arian. Yannick with just ace high.
It should be very small size on this board coming in. one we could potentially even go for the 1 BB, but opting for half pot here with the ace jack.
Very chunky. Has decided to size up. You can see definitely not going to work. 250k quickly called by Arian. Turn is the king of diamonds. And potential developing for Yannik does turn a gut shot to Broadway, Jay. Still has the betting lead. Does take a free one. Goes check, check. River is the 8 of hearts.
Yeah, now decision for Arian here, but probably going to be checking. I think Yannik may check back some King X, or is he going to block for 1 BB? Slightly more. That does go for the block sizing on the river with the Queen Jack.
Yannik hasn't folded yet, Jay.
Yeah, it's one that we just don't really beat anything here. I know we're getting this price, but once we go half, we don't expect Arian to float like 7-8 suited against that specific size. It is going to pay nonetheless. Does have the ace for the ace high, the nut higher hand. Sees the bad news. It's just one of those we specifically need Arian to have a float on the Queen 6-6 rainbow, and against half, he's just not going to have any.
I'm with you. I'm with you. A little bit of a strategic error from Yannik. Arian continues to chip up. Early stages of this final table.
Can I take the mic out? Do you take the mic off? What's going on?
See the graphic in front of you guys. All 8 players locked up 10k. All chasing £97,500 first prize. World Series of Poker circuit ring, and that entry, Jay, into the Tournament of Champions in Las Vegas in the summer. It's a nice little extra carrot, right?
Yeah, it
Tournament
is.
of Champions entry.
It's not just that, it's getting over to Vegas as well. People may not have the idea of going out there this summer. They win the ring, they get themselves in the free roll, off they go.
And the biggest player is in town. Find out why GG Poker is the world's biggest online poker room. So, why play anywhere else? Poker software, mobile-friendly gameplay, and unique features that you can't find anywhere else. GG Poker is now the world's biggest online poker room. So, why play anywhere else?
Arian seen it, bro. You saw what this guy did, bro.
Did I go to it?
See what this was the guy who spun me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, just remember that.
I think he likes me more than he likes you.
He hates you. He hates you.
I think he likes you a lot more than he hates you.
Hi, can I get an ice water, please? Yeah, with ice, thank you.
I'll get a glass of ice, please. I've got water. I see a glass of ice. Yeah, thank you.
And welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Cards back in the air. Suitably refreshed, Jay, from our short break. We are eight-handed. World Series of Poker Circuit main event final table, guys. If you're just joining us, coming to you live from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. You see Yannik get rid of the ace-7. Round two, Gerges. Pocket sixes on the button, Jay. Himself and Arian, two overwhelming chip leaders at this FT. And here we go. Dan Charlton wakes up with pocket kings in the big, Jay. Talk about timing. 12 big blinds effective. They could get this one in, Jay, if Dan just goes with jam.
Yeah, and I think we do. There are obviously a lot of merit for flatting our monsters in the big facing a button open, but I think with two shorter stacks, we don't really want to get tricky. As Dan, maybe we flat aces, but he is going to go for the trickier approach.
Jay.
Okay. I think with two shorter stacks, it might just be the aces that we want to slow play, but here we are with the kings.
What a great flop for Dan. 7-3 deuce. 2 diamonds. Gerges here going to be more than entitled to think sixes are good, Jay. Comes with 150k on the flop. Just south of 33%. And Dan, loving life with the disguised pocket kings.
And is he going to continue setting the trap? Or is he going to act now? He's just going to go with cool, keeping his range wide, keeping the bluffs in of his opponent.
Turn is the 4 of hearts. Gerges improves to a gut shot. He's going to keep firing, Jay. Dan has his man on the hook. 250k on the turn from Gerges. Dan now with less than pot behind.
Yeah, something that is quite interesting here from Gerges' perspective. Don't expect too much deuce X and 3X in there, as Dan not going to defend the offsuit combinations of those. So once he does exactly this, well, he snapped it off. He snapped it off with the sixes. Here we go, 2.7 milli pot.
Critical pot developing. Dan Charlton all in and called. Just has to fade 6 outs. Looking to fade 5s and 6s for a huge double up. 2.7 million in the middle. Can he find the hold? River coming. And he does hold. 7 of hearts on the river. The slow play from Charlton works out a treat. Massive moment for him, Jay. Got his stack up now from 1 million starting this FT up to 2.7. He's going to be a threat now at this FT.
Yeah, big move up. Dan Charlton playing the kings in a trappy manner. Got him the full double up. I think Gerges would have probably called off the jam pre-flop anyway with sixes. But Dan's sitting pretty now, middle of the pack after coming into this FT. Fairly short.
Were you taking this off or bring it back on? Put it back on, right? It fell off.
Wait for it.
There you go.
Wait for.
Nice look out the butchers. Again? Nice look out the butchers and the big blind.
Dan referencing the butchers. Want to break many a heart, but he manages to find a big hold there, Jay. He's going to be very happy, right? Got direct position, Jay, on both chip leaders. Very important moving forward here.
A very nice seat at the table. Like when Arian and Gerges both fold, we'll have some room for opening now. Slightly wider. Seat draw, very important at final tables.
can tell you the YouTube chat going wild when Dan finds the hole, Jay. Oh, we got some UK poker royalty in the chat. Katie Swift. We got Sinead the Grenade Priestley. She's been on a big tear herself. Hello, everybody.
Oh yeah, but
If you want to engage with myself and Jay, please do throughout the stream. As we see Mark here, Jay, working with 6 bigs. Could be go time. King Jack off here under the gun.
Could be one that we just need to go with. Problem is we're outright short stack, and if we fold, we're going to have to put in 2.5 BBs when we go through the blinds. So does go with jam for just south of 6.
Yeah, it does send the chips into battle. Action does fold round to the big blind. Arian and Dan going to get out of the way. Patrice here with the Queen 3 of Hearts only does let it go, and timely pick up for Mark. Picking up 250,000 chips, Jay, just in time, keeping himself afloat.
And if you are just joining us back after break, we'll run you through the players that we got at the final table. We got Charles Chattha in the 1 seat, Yannik Seabrook, then Paul Allen. We lost George Constantin in 9th place in seat 4, Gerges Issa in the 5 seat, Arian Hassankashani in 6, Daniel Charlton in 7, Patrice Brandt in 8, and Mark Hayes in the 9 seat.
I can't say the F word, but I wish I could give that few of them.
Action on Yannik now. +1. King Jack off. Is it going to come in for an open here, Jay?
Yeah, interesting one. Off with 11. Looking at
certainly
to try
reasonable.
And just get through.
Yeah, I think it's still reasonable to have some raised folds, even off a stack as shallow as 11 bigs. Let's size up a little, makes it 2.6x free. Gets this one through. Action on Paul here, +1. Has the ace-10 off, working with 30 bigs.
Interesting one, as one of these middling stacks. Whether to open or not is going to elect to open.
I was wondering if for a moment if he limped. Does pick up 2 blue chips though, makes it 200k to go. Round 2, Charles Chattha. Not a hand you like to see, Jay, with 7.5 bigs back. King 3 off.
I don't think we're going to get involved. Facing EP can be in a dominated spot. Been a really rough first hour for Charles Chattha. Hasn't been able to get anything going at all. Just distribution at the bottom of the barrel for him.
Yeah, sometimes is the way of it. Just have to be patient, wait and find a spot to go with it. There is going to come a tipping point, Jay, right? Bunch of real short stacks now.
Yeah, I do expect to see sort of over the next hour a few all-ins from those shorties.
Yeah, Mark, Charles and Yannik all working sub 12 to 13 bigs. So we see action on Paul once more. Ace-9 off. You get out of the way. A little debate, Jay, on the pronunciation here. What are we going with? I've been going with Gerges.
I've been
a little French flair. What are you going with?
I was going with Gerges, and then I heard you say Gerges, so I've been going with Gerges as well. So there you go. I thought I must be wrong. This man knows his stuff, so I'm going to follow the Andrew Hedley lead with this one.
Yeah, sometimes is the way of it. Just have to be patient, wait and find a spot to go with it. There is going to come a tipping point, Jay, right? Bunch of real short stacks now.
Yeah, I do expect to see sort of over the next hour a few all-ins from those shorties.
Yeah, Mark, Charles and Yannik all working sub 12 to 13 bigs. So we see action on Paul once more. Ace-9 off. You get out of the way. I'm gambling, mate. It's probably not Gerges, but it is now. Right, round to Yannik. 10-7-0. 12 bigs back. Gonna get out of the way. It's the perils of the booth, Jay. Sometimes you just got to gamble and hope
Of
you're
course,
on point.
that's it. I've had a fair few over the years come up to me and tell me that I get the pronunciation of their name wrong.
People are never happy, eh? Come on, give us a break.
Also a family. When my daughter was born, we just decided to move there.
Oh, wait.
Location
Right.
reasons.
Is Gerges.
You play here a lot, or just for the 1K? Same.
Still 8-handed here at this final table.
I'm overplayed. Yeah, I don't see you much on stars.
I accidentally found myself 1 year. I was hungover.
Gerges here, under the gun.
You know, now that we've said that,
Pocket tens.
now that we've said that,
Yeah, go on, mate.
Gerges is going to be V-pipping every pot now after we've just mentioned that for sure. It's just how it works.
Well, he's definitely going to be V-pipping this one. Pocket tens under the gun. Arian going to get out of the way with ace-8.
Yeah, pair for Dan, but should be folding.
Yeah, both Dan and Patrice, very experienced players, put in a ton of volume, both live and online. Recognizing Dan, pocket 4 is not strong enough.
Patrice actually getting his biggest live score here at DTD a few months back as well, coming second in the UK IPT Grand Final for £168,000.
Just to make sure that the fish folds, right?
Very nice, not too shabby. Paul has to get rid of the Doyle Brunson. Tenders off, can't defend.
I'll be there because I qualify.
This guy's going to peel anything I need to size up.
I have my seat, I booked. So.
Next week,
yeah. So just come for the weekend, play the 1K on a Friday.
I mean, what they got? They got 1K, anything else? 500, 2K?
Yeah.
I'm not playing.
Actually, the schedule doesn't look too amazing, but the 500 mystery or 400 something. PLO if you like it. All around the massive 1K. All about.
Arian under the gun, out the way. Awkward one for Dan Charlton here, going to be raising into Gerges' big blind, but still happy to open with the ace-10 offsuit from +1. Decent one to use to just try and get through.
Yeah, and Gerges with 7-8 of clubs, content to defend.
Does check over to Dan. I think one we could actually do some donking on here. Dan not going to have, like, will probably fold the 3s and 5s. 7's going to be in there at some frequency, but maybe a board that could have some donks on here. There's Gerges. Going to check over to Dan, who does choose to continue here with the ace-10.
Yeah, looking to fold out 2 random cards that have some equity. Of course, Gerges going nowhere here with top pair. Check calls. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Pairs the board. Gerges here still best. Dan gonna check back here on the turn. King of Hearts on the river.
Yeah, one I don't think we need to bluff as Dan. We show down enough with the ace-10 high. A lot of gut shots that missed, up and downs, front door spades. It does go check, check, and Gerges takes another one.
Cards back in the air. Round 2, Mark J. 8-9 of diamonds. Does decide to get out of the way. Shade under 6 bigs. Round to Charles. Ace-3 off in the hijack. 7 big blinds, J.
Yeah, it's
Decision point.
awkward, sitting similar. Stacker's Mark that is going to choose to go with this one, leave some chips behind. But I think this is actually the best hand that Charles has been dealt all final table. I actually can't recall him being dealt an ace. Definitely hasn't been dealt a pair. But now sees this, probably looks like aces to him. And now
Yeah,
Paul.
deciding it's time to go. Paul with the 5s, Jay. Facing this 7 big blind shove. Working with 30 himself.
Aaron will dominate a fair few holdings, deuces through 4s. We expect to be in there, some ace-5 through ace-deuce, but is going to let this one go. And a rub of the hands for Arian, but not going to like what he sees, not going to be able to call off with a 6-4 suited. 7 big blinds.
Hasn't folded yet. Does, of course, have the potential to knock out a skilled player. Seem to be a few too many chips, Jay, and does get out of the way. Sigh of relief for Charles.
Yeah, nice to get that one through. There's Charles Chattha, winningest player on this final table. Only player with actually over 7 figures in live earnings, 1.5 milli to his name. Best live cash actually coming over 10 years ago at the WPT in Dublin when he finished second for £144,000, but been around for years, old Charles Chattha. And another one, if he does manage the spin up and does get chips, could be a good shout for this final table.
I thought, oh, Arian's going to use one of those fancy free bets. I'm telling me so. I'm going to get him. He's going to do one of his own. He's hallucinating a little bit too much.
Action round to Gerges on the button. Quick fold with the Queen 9. Somewhat surprising, Jay. It does have Arian behind him, covering. And of course, Dan Charlton in the big. Perhaps deciding Queen 9 a little too weak with those 2 opponents behind.
Aaron could potentially see a raise here from Arian, knowing Mark's stack and Chaz's stack. Dan sitting middle of the pack, could potentially go after him here as Arian. But no, going to go with complete. And Dan probably always checking option here with 8-5 off.
Does do just that. Four, 5, 6 rainbow. Both players flop a piece. Dan with the best of it. Middle pair and a gut shot. Arian with bottom pair.
And Dan over to him. I think could go either way here. Such intricate spots, these blind on blind, when ranges are as wide as they're perceived to be. Very difficult to know exactly what to do in any given situation. Does opt to check behind.
Turn is the Jack of Diamonds. Dan still best. Both players likely to want to pursue showdown here. Arian now going to come in for one big blind.
And maybe just clearing out some equity to whiffs on this board. But Dan with a pair and a gut shot can't go anywhere. Easy call with position.
Very clear call for Dan. He'll still have the best of it. And it remains the same. 9 of hearts river. Dan with the check mark.
Yeah, and I'd be surprised if this didn't go check here, Andrew. I think both players just happy to get to showdown here with a pair.
It does go check. Big smile from Dan Charlton. Takes in another important pot. Kept himself in the mix nicely, Jay. Started with around about 1 million, up to 2.5. Going to be good for around about 4th in chips.
I'm on a massive free roll as it is already. I've already doubled my money there. I should have been out 12. Okay, that's 5k. I'm already up to 10. With ROI, that, innit? 25k chip.
You could have made a lot of money on some last longers there, Charlton, right now.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
You could have probably got first place money just in last longers.
True.
And is this Mark's time here? Finds an ace with sub 6 big blinds. Chooses to let it go. Is going to be investing 2.5 BBs when he goes through the blinds. They're going to wait for a better spot.
It does let it go. Round to Arian on the button. 10-6 off. As
Obviously.
we see Dan Charlton lurking behind here, Jay. Ace King in the small.
Yeah, I was just about to say, wow,
oh my
forget
goodness.
that. What?
Disaster potentially looming. What a ridiculous cooler here. Blind on blind. Charlton with Ace King. Patrice in the big. Somehow has pocket kings.
Yeah, and it seems like a great stack size as Dan to potentially go for the complete jam, but gonna go for the raise straight off the bat, making it 325. And I can't really see a scenario where this isn't getting in pre-Andrew.
This is really grim. Patrice here.
We like
Pocket Kings surveying his options, Jay. Not impossible. He would look to do something trappy.
could we see click though as well, like off of this stack depth specifically, 22 bigs to start the hand? Could we ever click this with the kings? Just make it like 550?
Yeah, looks like that's the route he's taken. Brutal spot this for Dan. You know, a player as good as Patrice J, he's going to find some 3-bet bluffs here.
Yeah, and
Pre-flop, and Ace
spot,
King just way too good.
There's going to be some shoves, but the 3-bet not all in. Dan can't do anything with the Ace King. Has to say I'm all in. Patrice snaps, and we got a 4.5 milli pot here. Set up pre-flop.
Brutal situation for Charlton. Can he find one of the remaining aces in the deck? No getting out of this one pre. 4.5 million in the middle. Dan does cover. We'll still have a few chips back. Flop coming, and he finds the ace on the flop, Jay. Ace 9-4. My goodness. And just like that, Patrice drawing to 1 out. Turn no good. Looking for King of Spades and King of Spades only, or he is out of here in 9th place. 8th place, excuse me. And it's the 3 of Spades on the river. What a moment, Jay. Blind on blind. Coolerville. Commiserations to Patrice Brandt. Nothing to be done, Jay, and we lose him in 8th place. Wow, what a spot.
Yeah, nothing can be done at all there from either player. Dan finds the 3 out up. And coming in as one of the short stacks up to 4.5 million now. Good for 3rd in chips. Patrice taking home £10,000 for his deep run and 8th place finish.
Wow, what a spot, Jay, for Dan Charlton. 5 cards away from being essentially out the door, and now in the hunt for this title. Moves up to 3rd in chips.
And not just that, you got Chaz and you got Mark sitting there, going to be licking their lips at that bust out. A ladder for those two sitting short.
We do lose Patrice Brandt in 8th place, picking up £10,000 for his efforts.
Wow. This is your fault.
They're down to 7, Jay. Still 3 very short stacks in the mix. Could be carnage over the next 30 minutes or so.
As soon as I saw you had some outs, I'm like, he's going to win. 25k chip boy, he's going to win.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have said the horrible things you said afterwards, you know, it's on TV and everything.
Keep that between us.
Yeah.
This is probably the greatest live comeback I've ever seen, to be fair.
The YouTube comments are funny because there's someone who I slow rolled in a cash game in there.
Yeah.
Like doing hatred. He was like being abusive to my friend's wife.
Of course. He was happy for the ace.
So as the dust settles on that all in. Yannik here, Jay. Pocket deuces +1.
It seems like clear fold. Out the way.
He was like drunk, this guy. There's 2 women in the game, my friend's wife and an older.
Let's fold round to Gerges.
And he's literally
He's going to come in
abusing them, like,
for a raise from the hijack. Ace deuce off. Typically see this a lot, of course, at final tables from the big stacks, using these ace and king X. As raise folds, gets this one through. Mark now, Jay, real short. Less than 4 bigs back. Has to let it go.
Yeah, just a slight little adjustment there from Gerges as well. Opens for the 2.5x into the shallow stack in the big blind.
You got him. And then he loses his mind and gets himself banned for like trying to like offer to fight me, the bouncers, everyone. Some guy in the YouTube comments is like going on and on because I slow rolled him in a cash game in Grosvenor here.
How did you slow roll?
I had a full house on the river. I got in a check raise. He tank called and I said, "Oh, I've got a 5, I think," and it was queen, 5 something. And he had like 2nd pair, and he bangs his hand over and starts celebrating like, "Yeah, what a great call, yeah!" And I just turned over the queen.
Why did you slow roll him? What was that about?
Well, like I said, he was like being abusive to my friend's wife for ages.
Yeah.
Like, I would never normally do that, but
There's a little bit of tension, yeah.
oh, I mean, you had to be there to see it. But, like, 3 hours we had to deal with this guy drunk. Like my friend's wife, I don't want to say too much, but she's quite frail. And he's like, to the point she left the game to say.
Action round to Arian. King 6-0. Gonna let it go. Round 2, Dan. Without fresh big stack, Jay. Ace 7 off in the cutoff.
Yeah, should just be all in from Dan here. Dead button. Just got to get through the 2 shorties in the blinds. Standard jam.
There was a case of, like, people has been also
ran into a pair, Jay. Very grim spot though for Charles.
I agree. With the 5s here, knows that Mark's probably going to be all in within the orbit. But we've got a pair and we expect Dan Charlton to shove it very wide here into these 2 stacks.
Well, here we go. He's going to run it, Jay. Does decide. Time to run it. Wants to remain in contention to win the tournament. So we have another all-in and call. Dan Charlton with the ace 7 off. Up against the pocket 5s of Charles Chattha. Flop incoming. Jack, deuce, queen. Pocket fives of Charles still best. Dan with 2 overs, backdoor straight draw. 4 of hearts on the turn is a brick. Charles looking to fade, 6 outs once. Can he do it? Does hold. 10 of spades on the river. Boosts his stack up to around about 1.8 million.
Let's go, Charles Chattha. I think thoroughly deserved that. 5's the best hand he's looked at all this final table. Terrible distribution, but been patient and rewarded with a double up.
Small hit to the stack of Dan. Sure he'll still be thrilled, Jay, after being at risk of being out the door just a few moments ago. Still working with just under 4 million.
You offered him a 4 million stack hour and a half into this final table before it started, he would have snapped your arm off. So although it takes that little hit there, as you say, cruising with 40 BBs.
Thank you. There you go, thank you. I'll do.
What's Matt Town? The Sultan. Hey, we've been all over the Sultan.
Plenty of shouts in the YouTube chat for the Silkman. The Macclesfield Massive, Jay. Dan Charlton, Macclesfield's finest. He never shuts up about them, you know. I can hear him talking to someone on the rail about the Silkman. Playing for 100 bags, Jay, you know. You think he might get the head down, focus in. Nah. Let's talk about what's going on down at Moss Lane.
To be honest, if he wins this, you can probably buy Macclesfield Town for 100 bags at these days. They're in like
Robbie Savage on the blower. Yeah, get the investment in.
they're like 7th or 8th tier these days, I believe. So could win this. We could have a new owner of Macclesfield Town come Monday.
I could see it, Chairman Charlton. As we see Gerges, Jack 10 suited. Gonna raise +1, makes it 250k to go. A couple of dusty looking holdings in the blinds. Should be getting this one through.
I just got ace king against king and strike with ace to get Patrice blind on blind. Say that again. 100k people. This proves there's absolutely no skill in this game.
Yeah, you're right, mate. You should have folded there. Should have just looked at him and knew he had it.
I was a little scared. Well, I was a little free bet off 20 bigs. Still like.
First look this evening, Jay. At the big one, the pocket aces for Arian +1. Going to be perceived, of course, to be a lot wider than this. He does have the current chip lead.
Yeah, beautiful spot.
Coming for an open.
As chip leader to wake up with the pre-flop nuts. No one gives you credit for a hand.
Possible trouble ahead, Jay. Mark, King Jack off. 3.3 big blinds against an aggressive opponent. Wouldn't have faulted him for running it here, but does manage to avoid disaster. Gets out of the way. Round to Paul. King 10 suited, Jay.
Paul's not going anywhere. Clear defend and off to the streets.
Oh my goodness, potential disaster. Should I say potential delight? Saw the king in the window, followed by another king and a 6J. Paul somehow reverses this situation, flopping trips.
It's going to be small size from Arian here. Could go for the 1BB if we wanted to on the king, king 6.
Does do so. Paul quickly check calls. Play this one trappy.
Yeah, one thing I will say that's going for Arian here, it's fairly easy to hand read on a board like this. Paul's range going to be some 6x, King X, some pocket pairs, and then some flush draws in there. And a lot of the time we do fold out hands like 6x on the turn, so could potentially see the check back here from Arian. It's a situation usually where we're either well in front in terms of equity or well behind, which makes for a plausible check in position.
Absolutely, does follow your thought process. River is the 7 of hearts. Paul with the check mark. Tricky spot, Jay, incoming for Arian.
Interested to see what size choice Paul is going to come with here on the river. Obviously going to make the assumption Arian going to be opening fairly wide here, so could have a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, he has gone for a block type size. Very interesting. 150k, 20% pot, Jay.
Yeah,
Arian now, he's not going to fold, right? But could be debating raise now, Jay, depending on what he wants to target.
Yeah, definitely could be the case here, because this kind of looks like it could be a 6x type holding. And it does go for the raise and snap call from Paul, so block sizing does get this induced from Arian, believing he's got the best hand, and Paul snaps it off. Nice pot going his way.
Yeah, very nice. Not much Arian can do there, Jay. It does feel like we need to raise and seek value from a bunch of holdings. Yeah, unfortunately for him, runs into the third king. What a swing there, Jay. We did see that the case king had been folded right? Mark folded king jack. What a find for Paul.
Good to see as well on the river, like not just blocking. We can't just block with our mediocre hands like our 6x, our pocket pairs. Good to see that he does have some strong hands in there as well, because can be very exploitable if people are just doing it with that sort of middling part of their range that wants to get to a cheap showdown.
Absolutely. So you see Dan get out of the way with ace-6. Round 2, Charles, fresh off that double up. Pocket sixes here, Jay, working with 1.8 million. 18 bigs.
I think we could potentially just go with fold here sometime, because Yannick's sitting with 8, Mark's sitting with 3. It's obviously these low pocket pairs unblocking all the good hands potentially behind us, but it's going to get in the mix with a 2.5x open.
Yeah, I'm with you. Can be disastrous if we get reshoved on. One of those hands that is not going to be able to raise call. Yannick here in the tank with just king 9 off. Does eventually get out of the way.
Yeah, this is the problem here. If Gerge finds the jam with the ace-deuce off, he's not going to find it. But really nice spot for Gerge with this particular hand to just say the words, I'm all in here. But going to take the passive approach. Just make the call off to the flop.
Does decide to defend. And flops best. Ace, queen, 5. All clubs. Charles here with 6 of clubs in hand. Checks over to him. He's going to go with small c-bet, Jay. Looks like 175. Wow, and he's raised flop, Jay. Quickly makes it 450 to go.
Very interesting from Gerge. Expected him to just play the check call here, but looking to seek some value from his top pair. And now a really awkward one for Charles with club in hand and a pair, but going to be a lot of, well, all suited hands will defend as Gerge off this stack size.
Yeah, forced to just let it go. And we might elect to float, Jay, for chips earlier stages of a tournament. But at the final table with a bunch of shorties involved, just Just has to get out of the way. Nice pickup for Gerges.
Yeah, maybe one that we could play some checks with on the flop. On first glance, looks like ace high board, good for us, but we get stripped from so many flushes with the ace and queen specifically on the flop. Like, we're not going to open an 8-9 suited, so we've only literally got like 2, maybe 3 combinations of flop flushes there, whereas the big blind has the lot.
You have it or you bluffing?
No, I had S.
Ace.
Yeah.
Top pair's a good hand.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks.
You're not going to be a liar, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's okay.
Ah, you're smiling a lot.
Yeah, it's S. I had this.
No, I'm going to lie about my hands, and then when you see it on the stream, I'm going to commit to it and say the RFID is just wrong. Full on commit to it.
Did you have a club? Yeah.
What did you have?
Pocket pair.
Pocket on it.
Let's get this like apostle stream. Oh, the RFID is wrong.
So action on Dan Charlton. King Jack under the gun. Another disciplined laydown, Jay. Recognizes, you know, he has this sort of third place chips. Both the big stacks in the blinds.
Yeah, of course.
Discretion.
Arian in the big blind, so not wanting to open
Yeah.
this one into the chip leader. Mark has one more hand to find something. Gets out the way with Queen 8 offsuit.
Round 2, Paul. Tricky spot. Again, out of position to the 2 chip leaders. Ace, deuce, O. Starting the hand with 39 bigs.
Yeah, awkward one in terms of chips. Easy open, any ace on the button, but with these 2 covering stacks behind us, could take the approach he is doing, just letting it go.
Yeah, a couple of disciplined folds from Dan and from Paul. As we see Gerges decides to limp here with pocket 4s. Arian, Queen 5 off. Let's check back. Action flop. 5-3 deuce. Pair in hand for Gerges. Flops an open ender. Arian top pair.
Interesting one.
Bet of 200k. Quickly called by Arian. Jack of spades on the turn. Gerges acts very quickly, Jay, right? Just firing away here.
Snap bet for just south of 30%. And easy call once again for Arian here with the second pair. Is he going for raise? He's going for some thin value here. Is that a raise? Ah, what instincts. Just basically assuming that Gerges here is never going this size on the turn with a strong hand on a fairly connected board, and thinking that he does have a hand that's trying to get to showdown cheaply. Or it could also be getting the free showdown on the river, getting to check back, which we're probably going to see now once the front door flush completes. So lovely bit of value on the turn there from Arian.
And to get the benefit of setting your own price, is able to show down the best hand, pot of 2.1 million. And with that pot, Arian going to take the chip lead from Gerges.
Aaron Gerges Issa, don't know too much about him. $6,500 in live earnings, but every single cash recorded on the database has come here at DTD, so probably a local, and always good, as I mentioned earlier about George, who finished in 9th place. Great to see when a local player makes a final table of a tournament of this magnitude.
Absolutely. Round 2, Charles. Again, with this awkward stack depth. 9-10 of diamonds. Has to go into the bin.
So frustrating, looking down at the beautiful 9-10 suited, but having to fold it.
Another blind-on-blind battle between Arian and Dan. I've seen Arian limp Every hand so far, Jay, this time has a real one. Ace Jack of clubs. This time it does find raise. Shade over 3 big blinds. Dan here, of course, very defendable hand, Jay, but of course with the chip stacks the way they are, not always going to defend this one, I'd suggest, in ICM. Dan is in there, makes the call.
Suited.
Queen 7 of clubs.
Do have position. Gonna see what's occurring on the flop.
Eight deuce. No clubs. Very dry board, of course. Arian, way the best of it.
It seems like a good one to just go small, flush out equity or 2 live cards. Not going to be too much deuce X in there for Dan. Obviously, we'll have some 8s, but overall range as a perspective, just going to get a lot of folds and flush out equity of 6 outs.
Pretty mandatory value bet on the flop for Arian. Nothing for Dan to continue with. The action continues. Charles Chattha under the gun, Jay. Pocket 9s. 14 bigs. Somewhat awkward, of course. First to act.
The interesting thing about this, Mark's basically going to call off in the big blind unless there's like 2 all-ins in front of him and he can fold to ladder. So I think it's just a nice spot to do exactly this. I was going to say make it 2.5x instead of the min click. And
whoa, what is this?
Whoa, Yannik! Itchy feet.
Peeling off 8.5.
Do you think
I'm
Yannik...
thinking along the same lines as you, Jay, that Mark's going to call all in and he'll get to potentially realise across all 5?
Yeah, that's got to be it. Yannik got his satellite head on here, thinking 2 players more likely to bust someone than 1. But the big blind lets it go. Mark saves the 1BB.
And all of a sudden, becoming dicey for Yannik. 3-3-4. Yeah, what is Charles thinking here, Jay? Not going to expect a flat here from +1 basically ever. But just decides, I'm just going to put it in. If you have the aces, you have them. Great pickup for Charles Chattha.
Happy with that. Yannik, not sure if he thought that Mark was always calling and was thinking about that ladder, getting to check it down with Charles Chattha, but Mark leaving himself with a 1BB in the big blind, and that's going to make for an interesting dynamic at the table because he could potentially fold in the small out and have another orbit to find a hand to go with.
Super interesting. Mark on the ventilator. Gonna need something miraculous to stage a fight back from here. Yannik, a bit of an enigma, Jay. Not something you see very often. The old +1 flat off 8.5 blinds. Well, he says, King Jack suited, let's get it in.
Oh, 6 bigs, obviously, in terms of chips, easy jam. But we've got Mark with 1BB at the table here, but happy to go with it for his 6 big blinds.
Oh, here we go. Does fold round to Mark. Less than 1 big blind behind Jay. Gonna have to put it in. And here we go. Heads up. King Jack of clubs of Yannik versus the A7 suited of Mark. Mark here looking to hold 460k in the middle. Does of course dominate the clubs of Yannik. Jack 7 queen board. Yannik takes the lead with a pair of jacks. Mark now in deep trouble. Jay does turn the nut flush draw, looking for an ace or a club.
7 would do the trick as well.
Absolutely would.
10 of spades.
No good for Mark J.
What can we do? We were short most of the final table. 40 found his spot, moved in, was in front. That couldn't fade the 40% shot. Does take home 12.5k for his deep run. Everyone now locked up £17,500. Little extra 5,000 in everyone's pocket.
Yeah, good run, Mark. Do lose him in 7th place. Did find a couple of ladders, Jay. Came into the FT short. Solid run. And we're down to 6, guys. World Series of Poker Circuit Series main event final table. Down to 6. All still in the hunt for that first prize. £97,500 up top. A lot to play for. Action folds around to Dan. Ace Jack in the cutoff.
1.6.
That should be a
That's
jam
good for a
here.
count.
From Dan, I think, with the dead button. 16 effective of Charles, 7 effective of Yannik.
Dan very aware, just getting a count of Charles's stack. And Yannik now with an interesting one, Jay. Queen 10 suited. He is the short stack by some distance.
And we know that Dan Charlton is going to be moving in fairly wide here. Any ace on the button, any suited king, going to have a lot in here. Don't expect him to be as high up as ace jack in this given scenario.
Right. I would suggest we can dominate some hands also. You know, hands like 9, 10 suited, Jack 10 and the like. Queen 8 suited and stuff. Dan likely to jam them, knowing Charles can't really call off. Without a premium. Does
he gets an extra 10,
lay it down.
And he knows to stand up, so that's another 5. So you're drawing dead.
The fact that he was down made me more scared.
Charles can beat me. He's the only one who's beaten today.
Let me beat you one more time. Just one more time. Let me beat you one more time. Let me beat you. Actually,
I had a 5 there too. Huh? I had a 5 there. I didn't want to say. I had 7-5 off under the gun, I think.
This one's mine, that one's yours, correct.
Obviously, I don't want to say when you're all in, but I was like, oh, I have a 5 here, that's a key card. I'm pretty sure it could be a different hand, but I definitely was thinking I had a 5 in it.
Action on Arian from the hijack as the chip leader. Queen Jack suited, and we will be getting involved with.
You're just like red card, red card, red card, red card, black 10. Yeah.
Does do just that, Jay. Makes it 260k to go. Round to Charles. He's had a bunch of awkward decisions, Jay. Ace 8 suited here, 16 bigs.
Yeah, it's annoying because we feel like we're going to be ahead of the opening range of Arian, but we've got our man Yannik now with south of 7.
You never just want to look at the guy, Jay, and go, whatever, you're opening ridiculously wide. I don't care about the ICM.
This is
in your eye, pal.
Because, like, we do expect Arian to fold, like, probably 70, 80% maybe of the hands that he actually opens once we shove for 16. So when we do move all in most of the time, we do just get the fold. And
oh, go on, Charles. He's found it.
He's going to take it. Let's go.
Love to see it. We have seen Jay right already. Charles ran it with the pocket 5s when he could potentially have just tried to hang on for ladders. Very refreshing to see people just go for the win. Sends it in. Arian now More than 1.3 million to call, Jay, with just queen high.
I wouldn't expect Charles to be fairly snug here. Don't expect as low down as ace-8 suited, so would be very surprised if Arian did call this off with the queen jack of hearts for 16. Pretty holding. I think we need to be letting this one go here. Face with this jam from Charles.
Yeah, I'm with you. Does lay it down. Bravo, Charles Chattha says, I'm playing for the 100k, not for just a 10k ladder. Gets it through. Nicely done.
Which hand?
Ace, king, king. Someone folded an ace.
What? Oh, that hand is on now.
Lines, please.
So, cards back in the air. Arian. Under the gun. Pocket threes. We are six-handed now, Jay. Does have the chip lead.
Yeah, I think from effective low jack can open as chip lead up like anyone else. Small pocket pair, free specifically from this position. Would expect fold, but Arian as chip leader does get to open.
Does put chips into the middle. 215k to go. Round to Paul in the small. Also relinquishes. We've seen Gerges, Jay, undeterred, right? Just ready to get in there. Defends 9-6-0.
And not afraid to battle. Even out of position to the only stack that has us covered.
Both players brick. Queen 5 jack. Pocket threes of Arian still best.
It seems like a board as the under the gun opener, especially with heart in hand. Seems like high frequency continue on this texture. But yeah, in his head, not really wanting to play a big pot with Gerges, someone that can do a lot of damage to our stack, but undeterred and does go for the c-bet. Gets it done.
Nice pick up for Arian. Do you see the chip counts? In the driver's seat, 7.1 million. Closely followed by Gerges. Paul and Dan neck and neck in third place. Followed by Paul.
Yeah, we're just looking at them
Charles,
chip counts.
excuse me.
Seems like a very good opportunity for Arian to go after Dan, to go after Paul, to go after Chaz. Probably not going to go after Gerges so much, but I think any opens from Paul, Dan, with good removal, could potentially take aggressive routes now with a 6 big blind stack and middle of the pack starting to get more condensed.
As you see Yannik. Sub 7 bigs now. We'll need to find something quickly. Want to stay in the hunt. We see Gerges very much sort of implementing a playing for chip strategy, Jay, right? Just not really adapting. Decides to limp deuce 4 here into the chip leader. Arian says absolutely not.
I'll tell you what about Gerges, he just plays so quickly. He plays so quickly, Andrew. He's taking like less than a second each decision. He's just straight in there.
Pretty wild to limp call here with 4 high. Out of position. Does flop best. 8-6-4. Arian here with 2 overcards and the betting lead. Does take a free one. Improves to a gut shot. Queen of Diamonds turn.
Oh, God.
Gerges.
Loves
He's
it.
leading, Jay. Getting after it would be an understatement. 250k here. Into 700.
I think getting 4-1 here as Arian with the gut shot could definitely go for call with position, but What's the play on rivers when we brick? That's the problem. And does just go for the disciplined approach, lets it go. Against a small sizing coming in from Gerges, and wins a pot that not many people would have done there, Andrew. A lot of people just let that one go pre, but he's come to battle today.
Absolutely, he's going for it. Arian shoots him a look. A look of disgust. Mucks his hand. I'm with you though, Jay. Not many people finding a way to win that pot. Gets it done.
2 million.
2 million. Okay. What I ended up at?
He's got
700.
700, yeah.
Round 2, Paul. It's out of the way. Arian here, 5-6 off in the small. Can, of course, leverage that big stack.
Yeah, I'd certainly be doing that as Arian here. I think Dan's very aware as well that he needs to be playing very snug. It's important that we choose opponents that are competent and aware of the situation, but doesn't get aggressive. Going to let Dan see a free one. Seen this a few times where could have potentially taken the aggressive approach. Going to let Dan see a free flop once more.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jay. Certainly some situations where he could have been opening close to deck. Does decide to call. Dan gets a free one. Flops best. Queen 10-9. Top pair for Dan. Just 6 high for Arian.
I could still see the 1BB here some of the time from Arian with club in hand and just 6 high. But well-timed check over to Dan, who has flopped the top pair and backdoor flush draw.
Dan deciding to seek value and protection immediately on this board. And over.
Lines are up. 16, 120.
Blinds increasing to 120k big blind. So Yannik over there, stack going to shallow even more. And probably got an orbit to get this in.
Yeah, stacks have begun to level out a little. Did have a bunch of shorties. Now Yannik, the clear shortest, unfortunately for him, Jay,
22 million.
is under the gun.
And so going to be letting this one go. Then we'll basically have an orbit to find a hand that he wants to go with. Sitting with 5 BBs now. Really rough seat for Paul here. Can't really do much. All 3 bigger stacks on his direct left. Needs to play very snug himself.
As we see Arian, suited king. You would imagine. Seems like a mandatory open here with the chip lead. Does come in for a raise. Oh, he's mixed a limp in here, Jay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Could have something to do with Charles playing 15 and wanting to save a big blind the times that Charles does elect to move all in. Now, what does Charles going to think of this limp from Arian? Because obviously through his head, got to be thinking about the hands we expect Arian to play limp with on the button.
Yeah, does get a free one. Ace 5-9. King high still best. Charles with a hand with some potential playability. Jay wrapping around that 9. Backdoor spades working for him. Tricky though, of course, at stack depth and with Yannik on the very short stack.
Yeah, difficult to do anything here as Charles. As you say, one that could look like a viable float, but with Yannik sitting there with 5 BBs now, I think we just want to let this one go as Charles can be getting bluffed some of the time, but we're meant to lie down against the chip leader when there is a tiny stack sitting there, but does pull out the float with the Queen Jack. As you mentioned, Andrew.
I mean, it feels like he just smells a rat here, Jay, right? Surely Arian just opens every ace on the button, right? Can't imagine that he's going to limp any of them. So Charles thinking he can call here, potentially have a bluffing opportunity down the streets. Now Arian, not a great turn for him, of course. Going to be tough to represent. River is a 4. Charles here with just queen high.
Thing is, does Charles ever think that we can show down here with the nut
Right,
queen high?
this is the awkwardness of it.
It seems like a real
Queen eye.
Yeah, he's
hand
going to
with
show
good-
it down.
Arian wins with the king 3 suited, so there we have it.
Somewhat reasonable, Jay, right? We do have the nut queen high, no pair.
Yeah, I think we show down a nut there, like Arian going to be very wide, like we'll have limps with like jack 8 suited, 7-8 suited, all this type of stuff, which we're still beating. And maybe thinks protected from being bluffed as well once the ace pairs, and Arian probably thinks he's never folding out a 9 or a 5 once turn goes check, check.
Little glimpse for us, Jay. We've seen several glimpses into the mindset of Charles. He's there to win, man. Quite refreshing to see. You know, people often these days, I think, overcompensate, try and just to ladder up. Charles not having it in there, trying to get that stack moving upward.
I think that's the thing as well. You find that more with the old school players, the players that have been around 20, 30 years and been on the poker scene for that long. There weren't no ICM back in early 2000s.
As we see Paul. Oh, here we go, Jay. Yannick's been waiting for a spot, and here it comes. Pocket jacks for Paul. Yannick here finds ace-king in the big. We are going to be off to the races, Jay. In they go. Final 4 big blinds or so into the middle from Yannick. Going to get the bad news that he is behind.
It's pretty ridiculous how we get it in for 4 or 5 bigs and somehow we've got to win a flip with ace-king to stay alive.
Here we go. Yannick has got to get there. Can he find it against the jacks of Paul? Not so far. 7, 6, 9. 2 clubs on the board. Does have the backdoor nut flush draw working. Turn is the 3 of spades. So 6 outs for Yannick. The camera phone is out. It's on Instagram. Can he find it? 4 of spades on the river. No good, Jay. And we do lose Yannick in 6th place. Just like that. Down to our final 5, Jay.
6th place, good for £17,500. An extra 5k again for the ladder for everyone.
I beat someone standing up.
22.5 locked up for the final 5.
Just one big blind, don't you?
Yeah, great run from Yannick. Can't run down the jacks. Good performance though. 6th place. This main event final table. Entering the phase of the tournament now. All of the short stacks, Jay, have been removed from the equation for the most part. So might get to see a little bit more playability for these sort of medium stacks. And maybe can perhaps take the shackles off a little bit as we see Gerges opening ace-8 of clubs.
Big open as well. Goes for near 3x here as Gerges.
Very much an unknown quantity. You can see Paul here. It's uncomfortable, of course, to face the full 3x. When covered, does decide to let it go.
really difficult decisions, I find, when you have an opponent that's been opening 2x, 2.5x all final table, and suddenly they come with a different size open. It's very difficult to actually think what hands they're going to open for this size, if they're going to have anything different in there. So King 6 suited can get behind the fold with face from a min click or slightly more. I think definitely okay to defend, but veering towards 3x just gets out of there.
Yeah, one of the main benefits of that large sizing, start to leverage a lot of pressure on hands that would normally defend. Certainly be viable if you can implement it correctly. As we see, Dan Charlton finds a beautiful looking king queen of clubs here from the hijack. Working with 30 bigs.
That just seems like one we always want to open, as done.
Does reach for chips. Makes it 240 to go in for the min raise. Round to Gerges, who we have seen will defend incredibly wide. King 8, more than good enough. Makes the cut. Is dominated here by Dan. Jack 7-5. Both players unpaired. Gerges with that 8 of diamonds in hand.
Yeah, and overcard, so you never know, could potentially put it to work if met by C-bet as the covering stack here.
Dan is going to C-bet. Gets the snap fold from Gerges.
Yeah,
be more than happy with that. Jay with just king high.
Yeah, you love that as Dan Charlton, seeing the snap fold there when we're just sitting there, no draw, 2 overcards, just picking up a nice pot.
Action back on Dan once more. From the low jack, king 9-0. Sends him into the bin. Round 2, Gerges. Fascinating dynamic developing, Jay, with him and Arian. He's in there again. Limps the 6-4. Arian with ace deuce. Feels like one you could go either way here, Jay. He's going to elect to check this time. A little bit of deception on ace high boards when they come.
Yeah, the thing about blind v blind pre-flop, just so many mixes going on. Sometimes we raise, sometimes we check. Why there's such intricate spots at the poker table. Very difficult to play and navigate.
Does go check, bet, fold. Arian continues to chip up. Welcome along, anybody just joining us on YouTube and the YouTube streets.
Thank you.
This is World Series of Poker circuit event, final table of the main event. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and the wonderful Jay Harwood calling the action for you guys. Live from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. 5 players still remain. Winner going to be taking home £97,500. And of course, that World Series of Poker circuit ring. And still anybody's game, Jay, right? And the free roll, of course. Don't forget, winner gets entrance into the Tournament of Champions.
Yeah, but spot on anyone's game still, with the stacks how they are now.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Even Charles Chattha doubles up, suddenly got 3.5 milli, right back in it. Looking for that WSOP circuit ring and the seat into the $1 million free roll. Do you have any idea how many runners that's going to get, Andrew? Like approximately, how many people are going to be competing in that free roll?
Is this where I pretend, Jay? that I know such things? Or is this where I say I've got absolutely no idea, mate? No, I think it's one of these events where a lot of the time people just don't put the effort in to go and travel to it, even though they could.
Right, okay.
But I think normally it has about 400, I guess. I could be way off.
So seems like great value.
I've just picked a number from thin air, mate. Let's be honest.
Oh, I'm expecting 400 in it now, so there you go. That's what I'm expecting. If it's not 400, I'll be on the phone to you straight away, but it would be a great tournament to get involved in.
Show the ace of spades.
Absolutely. A round two, Arian does give Dan a walk. Reasonable combo to do so. Deuce 3-0.
Birthday tomorrow, this would be the perfect birthday. Sorry, the WSOP ring, you can't deny the birthday.
No, you can have it if it goes past midnight. How about that? If it goes past midnight, you can have it.
I'll win it today, publish the results tomorrow. I'm not going to disclose that on camera. Secret private information.
28.
I got 3.
I'm going to misdeal it because I can't verify
Look at that, it's 7 deuce.
Oh my days, what are you doing? He was guaranteed to have 7 deuce or deuces. What a lie. That's the hidden one good, that, isn't it?
The hidden room goes when he snaps says call instead of all in. That's the hidden room goes. You know, when I leave him back and he goes, call.
Was this river bet?
What was that, sorry?
This hand, was it river bet or was it check down?
River bet or check down.
Which hand?
One where you had one chip back.
No, he backed on the river. Yeah. I checked and then he put me in. And he tanked the river.
Round two, Arian on the button. King deuce. Again, a candidate, Jay, to potentially open with that king blocker. Does let it go.
13 bigs.
Round to Dan. 10-8 off. Facing Charles Chattha. 12 effective in the big. It's going to complete.
I don't think
You know when people give this speech, Jay, there's no shame in folding. They never wake up with a real hand. It's never happened in history. It's never happened in the history of the game.
But suited queen for Charles. Nice ones to check. The suited hands off of like 10 to 12 from the big. Facing a complete. Is going to head to the flop.
Does check his option. Off to that flop, which is king 7-5, all spades. Dan with the only spade in hand. Does look like he's coming for one big blind.
It seems quite nice this hand. Fold out some jack highs, queen highs, some ace highs that elected to check. Some insurance with that 8 of spades in there as well, and should be getting the queen 4 out of there of Charles.
Loving watching Charles. You can see Jay never wants to lay it down. Reluctantly releases the queen high. Had a lot of success, Dan, in these smaller pots, Jay. All, of course, very critical.
Not just for the stack, sometimes for the confidence as well. Like if you keep getting pots pushed away, you sort of feel better. Right. If like a close spot comes, you're more inclined to take it. You got the ball in your court. I think confidence is a massive thing in poker. Just when you're like demoralised and you can't win a hand, sometimes you miss certain spots that you'd never miss if things were going well.
Action on Gerges. Finds the suited ace. Opens from hijack. Again, Jay, going with this larger size in.
Yeah, difficult to try and read into what hands he's doing this with because he's had the ace-8 suited on both occasions now.
It's the one combo, Jay.
That's it.
Ace-8
That's all that's
suited.
in there.
Right, 350. Do you think one of the benefits of this large size, just psychologically, Jay, you know, when people open larger, in my experience at least, it does make people less inclined to 3-bet you, you know, with, you know, hands they would look down and think, right, I can go for a light one.
Yeah,
when people open the full 3x, does often make people shy away.
Yeah, so
Gerges
hard.
Hits it through.
Like if you peel like a king jack off there as Arian and you're faced with 3x instead of like a min click, it becomes a lot more difficult to actually find the 3-bet as a bluff. To make a very good point there, does Andrew.
That's what Dom Nietzsche is up to, Jay, with the old big open size-ins. I've got his number, I'm telling you.
he's
and when I say I've got
now.
his number, I absolutely don't, but you know.
I'm sure he's toned it down now. I remember you go back 3-4 years ago, he was doing the limp or 3.5x, but I think covered him a few times over the last year and back to the normal min click a lot of the time with his openings. But I do remember that period in time when he was going for the 3.5x or limp, and that was basically it with the open.
We see Charles Chattha, King 8. Going to get out of the way in the button. Round 2, Paul Allen, King 9 of clubs. Working with 34 bigs. Does have Gerges behind him, covering stack. Decides to open for a raise, Jay. Oh, excuse me, he did limp. Gerges going to check back with the dominated king. Both players with Queen 7 deuce, 1 club.
There is wrap around that queen as pull, but I do think check. Good way to proceed here. King 9 higher can still just go for showdown, blind on blind.
Does improve here to the second nut flush draw. 6 of clubs rolling off on the turn. Is again content to seek showdown. Gerges does the same. Nine of diamonds river improves Paul to second pair. Very likely to seek value here, Jay, you would think.
Yeah, agreed. Just trying to get to showdown with the king 9 higher, but once we pick up second pair on the river, becomes a clear value bet spot.
Quick fold from Gerges. Just king 4-0. Not good enough to defend against the river bet from Paul. Takes down a small one. As we plow onwards, 5-handed here. World Series of Poker circuit event, main event, final table. All 5 still in contention to take down the title. Bunch of poker royalty in the YouTube chat, Jay. Andy Wilson, Kyle Maguire in the mix. James Lee. A CFO in the mix. Everyone's coming out to watch this final table. Hope you're all enjoying your Sunday, enjoying the action. As we see Dan wake up with a real one. Ace King of Spades, Jay. From the hijack. Makes it 240 to go.
Into the big blind of Arian. Jack 9 offsuit seems like one that is going to be defended. We could be watching the future Macclesfield Town owner right now.
I've got a little bit of trivia for you, Jay. Did you know that the Dark Destroyer from The Chase is a Macclesfield Town fan?
I did not know that.
Well, there you go. Don't say I don't provide you with any gems of knowledge. Dan has met him several times on the terraces, apparently.
Oh,
Anyway,
really?
ace king of spades for Charlton. King in the window, followed by a queen and a 4. Big flop for Dan. Arian here does flop a gut shot.
Yeah,
Much
maybe
else working for him with that jack high.
less inclined to continue without a club in hand here to the dummy end gutter, as Arian could just be check bet fold this one.
Yeah, does go for a half pot, Jay. Coordinated board, makes a lot of sense. And Arian deciding jack 9 high, no club, not good enough to continue. Lets that one go.
And so the man with the Macclesfield top on, chipping up nicely. You mentioned the Dart Destroyer. I know Matt Davenport's a Macclesfield fan. I know Dan Charlton's a Macclesfield fan. Who are the other 3? Because surely we've got half the Macclesfield town fans right there.
Oh, he's gone. That's a low blow, Harwood. I'm not going to lie.
I love Dan.
I'm not going to lie, Jay. I went to a Macclesfield town game with Dan Charlton, and it scarred me for life. I won't be back.
I hope it weren't like December or January either. It must have been freezing.
There was genuinely a brawl in the stands. I'm not joking. Hey, hold on. Spray171 in this chat is claiming Dark Destroyer is a Chelsea fan. Right? Admin, whoever decides that they get to ban people. No, nobody contradicts my football celebrity fan knowledge. Only joking. You're not banned. Right. Gerges, enough of my nonsense. Ace 9. Once again, Jay, it's decided to 3x, it would seem, with all of his opening range. And we spoke about these spots. Arian, King Jack of clubs in the small. Is it going to land on call?
It becomes really awkward, especially out of position, because like against we make it like 7 BBs against 2 BBs out of position, and now once someone's opened 3 BBs, like we got to go closer to 10, and then the pot's already bloated out of position. It's really awkward to play against if you don't know what your opponent's up to.
Agreed. Well, action flop of sorts. Jack 9-8 with 2 spades. Arian flops best. Top pair second kicker. Gerges middle pair. Backdoor nut flush draw. Very interesting style from Gerges. Seems to be bet, Jay, when he's in pots.
It does.
He's dynamic board, but is going to see bet. Goes for around about a third. Arian with the quick check call. $1.6 million in the middle. 4 of spades peels off on the turn. Gerges improves to the nut flush draw.
Yeah, fun one for Gerges here. Like one that seems like a clear check back once we have second pair and now insurance and a nut flush draw to go with it. But as Andrew's pointed out, this man does just like betting.
It does follow your thought process. Takes a free river. And how about it? Rivers the nuts. 5 of spades. Peels off on the end. Arian with the decision point, Jay.
Yeah, I don't think we really have a decision as Arian wants 4 to flush completes on the river. I think we're always playing check now and just praying to be met with a check behind, but not going to be the case here.
Is, of course, about to face a bet. Gerges reaches for chips, lands on 650k. Just
really
over a third again, Jay.
Gross spot for Arian here, because these are the boards that I think in live poker specifically you do tend to see overbluff the most once it does complete the 4 to a flush, and the in position player just when check 2 feels like they have to bluff in these situations. One thing I will say, it's from Arian's perspective, he's not going to have too many bare spade hands. Like he won't peel like a queen 10 off, I don't think, from the small blind. Like a lot of his hands are going to be suited from the small. We'll have like ace 10, ace jack with a spade, this type of thing. not from George's perspective, but really tricky spot, in a spot that I think tends to be over bluffed here. And when we don't really have too many flushes ourselves, other than maybe King Jack, King of Spades that wants to call pre, Queen Jack, Queen of Spades, it's a really
very awkward,
sucky spot for Arian, but does come to the correct decision. Very good fold. Harder than it looks there on the 4 to a flush board. Because
yeah, very nice. Very nice lay down. Arian deciding not enough bet check, bet bluffs in the range of Gerges. Tricky customer, Jay, right? I think they're struggling to get a sort of handle on like ranging him, which is understandable with these large opens and lots of defends and the like.
Yeah. Seems like a bit of a wild card at this final table. And I think if he did actually get a commanding chip lead at some point, could go on an absolute tear as Gerges.
Round to Arian, 6-7 off on the button. Let's let it go. Action on Dan. It's the battle of the Jack Deuce. Both players with the same holding. Dan, with the suited variety, is deciding just to limp.
Yeah, do you think 10 effective? Any merit in potentially just shoving here as Dan with the suited Jack from the small?
Yeah, perhaps concerned about having that deuce in hand, but you could certainly consider it. Maybe even the occasional raise fold in there. Charles going to check back with the Jack deuce. Both players whiffing, 10-9-3. Very much a case, Jay, here of first to show aggression, likely to win this pot.
Both going for the check on the flop with their Jack high.
Ace of hearts on the turn.
Essentially a card that Dan can never fire on really here, expecting to just shovel ace-x pre-flop, whereas Charles can do some check-in with some suited ace-x off of 11-12 BBs.
River is the 4 of diamonds. Dan shutting this one down. Deciding can very occasionally win at showdown, Jay.
Yeah, and just over to Charles now. If he finds a bet, we'll take all this pot rather than half of it. And it looks like he's going to find it here.
Yeah, comes with half pot. Correctly recognizing Dan with a very weak holding and gets it done. Credit to him. Every spot he's been able to take, Jay Charles, he has taken it at this final. And he's still in there fighting. Gives me a quick opportunity, guys. Tell you about a few things going on this evening. Of course, in May, we have the Mediterranean Poker Party taking place at the Merit Casino and Complex out in Cyprus. Beautiful place. I would implore you to check out the schedule. Going to be a massive series. This evening, there are 8 packages guaranteed across satellites tonight on GG Poker for that Mediterranean Poker Party. You know, I know there's a bunch of grinders watching this. Anyone who likes a late reg, you've got 50 minutes left, Jay. There's a 5-package guarantee one on right now on GG Poker if you want to get in the mixer. And then there's another 3 more packages to be given away later on. We will hold that thought for a moment because Charles Chattha has found the queens in the small. 12 bigs effective, Jay.
Yeah, and I think one that we don't just want to open jam way too strong blind on blind. We do need some raise, not all ins, all off of this stack size, and obviously top end of range. the aces, kings, queens, ace, king suited will fall under this remit. But goes for this approach as well, trying to trap pull with the ladies.
And look at this, Jay. It's going to work. Beautiful development for Charles. 360k from Paul.
Yeah, to get exactly what we wanted as Charles now. No messing about. I'm just going to announce the words all in.
Does burn a time bank. One of these spots, Jay, right, where Paul's going to be pretty polar. He's going to shove a bunch of his range.
Yeah, once he does go for the raise, not all in at this stack depth, going to have the very bottom and very top. Chaz just moves in, gets it done.
Let's send it in. And on that note, we're going to go to a short advert for that Mediterranean poker party. See you in a moment. Very much looking forward to that Mediterranean poker party in May.
And we got trouble brewing here for Dan Charlton finding the snowman in the cutoff, and Charles sneaking behind with the tens.
Grim spot in progress.
But
wow, look at this, Jay. Well, Charlton is going to get off the hook here.
Yes, he
Raises
is.
to 240. Charles Chattha has the tens. Thinks he has a dream rejam spot, Jay. Those dreams may quickly become a nightmare because Paul is lurking with pocket queens in the small.
Asked for a count, but in his head already knows what he's doing here, Paul.
Absolutely.
What a great spot for him, and Dan may have had to call this off. Would have been close, but going to get away with it now. And you got to feel for Charles Chattha. I think he's played the short stack phenomenally, all FT, got a few ladders, been very patient, picked his spots very well, and then you just get cold decked a few hands later. It's a cruel game we play.
Absolutely is, my friend, as Paul continues the slight Hollywood. Potentially wants Dan to get in there, Jay, if he has a hand like jacks or tens, once this all-in is announced. And Charles Chattha played a pretty much perfect FT, and he's going to have to get there, Jay. Very unfortunate cooler situation. Paul finding the dominant pair behind.
So going to need that 10. We do have 2 live suits, so could make 4 to a flush as well. The 10 is the requisite at the moment.
Can Charles find lightning in the jar? Looking for one of the remaining 10s in the deck. Let's have 2 live suits. Ace of clubs on the flop, followed by a 3 and an 8. Point to 2 outs. Can he find it? Otherwise, he's going to be down to 4. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Charles Chattha on the brink. River incoming. No good. 6 of hearts complete the board. And we do lose Charles Chattha in 5th place. Great performance, Jay, was short stack throughout. Kept himself alive. Took every spot he could. Just very unfortunate for him.
I was thinking we were getting made for
Find
TV
himself in that
penalties
cooler
or something
spot,
after
Jay.
you said that.
Lose him
Yeah.
instead.
Nothing he can do, Andrew. It's a standard shove. Someone waking up with it behind can never account for that. Does take home £22,500 for a great run here in the main event. But we are down to the final four now, and these four are deep. Lots of play in this one.
Absolutely. All four players now have locked up over £30,000. Not too shabby, Mr. Harwood. We are four-handed. Paul Allen. The very fetching Ferrari jumper. I can't pull that look off. We referenced it earlier, Jay, but he is in the mix. Dan Charlton, Macclesfield's favourite son, in there in the mix. We have Arian. Not even going to try the surname. Yeah, Arian Hassankashani. There you go. He's still in the mixer. And Gerges completing the lineup. Issa Gerges completes our four-handed lineup. Anyone's game, Jay, as you referenced. A lot of chips to play.
So now Dan Charlton, the short stack, but still sitting with around 35. The other three very tight at the top, actually. Just looking at the stack sizes now, only separated by less than 10 bigs. 1, 2, and 3 of this four-handed battle that we're going to see. Looking forward to it.
Could be fireworks.
Yeah, I made sure firsthand that it would be quite an even tournament, didn't I?
Yeah, I mean, but before everyone's like,
I was like, it's not fair having a chip leader at this table. Let's just be even. Nice of me, wasn't it? Oh god, the commentary for that hand was funny. Why is he going so small?
Yeah, he's tiny. I thought, wow. I mean, why is he betting 8.95 when he has all the sets and you got the hand of them? You got a piece of it, man. Don't worry about what they think, mate. You're here.
Oh, doesn't bother me. I think it was a pretty well played hand.
Whatever, dude. I punt hands all the time. I'm a fan of it.
I think
Open from Gerges.
a decent amount.
Continuing, Jay.
I'm uncertain if I bet
With this 3x strat, 9-7 of hearts. Once more, Arian. King, Queen, O in the small.
Yeah, this one might just be too good not to take, even versus the 3x size in here. I think we could be seeing an aggressive approach. Not this time. Does just play cool. We do keep a lot of dominated King and Queen X in there. One of the merits of playing flat. One of the negatives do then give Dan a more attractive price. Could see him get involved. Be splitting equity three-way. Got to rack first on each street.
Very interesting, Jay. Dan, potentially considering all three options, I would suggest.
Agreed.
Not possible that we can find a squeeze here, Jay. We've seen Gerges using this 3x size, and you would expect Arian to 3-bet most of his premium holdings at depth.
Let's go.
Landing on it.
Looks like he is. The 100K's in his hand, I believe.
Yeah, this is great stuff. Dan correctly deducing. Small blind range here looks relatively weak. At least when facing a 3-bet. Makes it 1 million to go. Oh my goodness. Is he peeling, Jay?
Oh my word. Gerges wants to get in there.
Wow, this guy loves it. He does make the call. And here we go. Inflated pot. 2.5 million in the middle. Dan. With just over pot behind. 120% back. Must admit, did not expect too many peels, and there is a king in the window, followed by a 7 and the 4 of hearts. Yay, Harwood, what a flop.
Talk about action here. How have we found this board? Dan flopping top pair, Gerges middle pair flush draw. This is going to be a big one with 2.5 milli in the middle already.
Wow. Oh my God, and he snapped jam, Jay. Dan Seabet 625 and Gerges fist pumped it and Dan snaps him off. Here we go. Pot of the tournament. My goodness, that happened quickly. 8.7 million in the middle. Chip lead pot underway. And look at the equities, Jay. 50-50. A stone coin flip for the chip lead four-handed.
Huge pot for both here. Dan needing to fade 7, 9 or heart needed for Gerges.
My goodness, massive moments at this final table. Turn incoming. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Kills some of the ounce of Gerges. Now looking for a 7 or a heart to eliminate Dan Charlton, or he is going to take the chip lead. And it's the ace of clubs on the river. Massive hold for Dan Charlton. What a moment. What a hand, Jay.
What a hand, and all stems from the pre-flop call from Gerges. Obviously, once we flop that heap of equity, we have to go with it. Could have played cool, but we've seen the way Gerges plays and does like to put the chips in the middle. But what a big hole for Dan Charlton there. Propels him to the top of the shop. New chip leader. And that's got to feel good.
I can't believe how quickly it happened post, Jay. We had bet all in and call within about 5 seconds. But Dan finds the monumental hold. And we've got a new chip leader. What a hand. And the YouTube chat goes wild. A lot of support for Dan in the YouTube streets.
I don't think it's just
they were all sweating that one, Jay.
I don't think it's just YouTube going wild. I think it's you going wild in the booth as well. Your man who was in.
It was exciting though, right?
As the short stack.
That's as exciting as it gets, mate. King 7, 4, 2 hearts. Are you serious?
What a board. What a hand. And not only now with the chip lead, Dan, but Arian second in chips, got a nice seat, direct left of him. Gonna probably see Dan go up for gears now. A lot more opens, a lot more 3-bets. I think type of play up once he does have the chip lead to get after it.
Nice hand, Mr. Charlton.
We pause for breath. Dan counts out his newly found stack. You spoke about confidence, Jay, and momentum. Gonna be buzzing.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But imagine if Arian finds the free bet there with the king queen. Imagine if it's Arian that actually finds the free bet pre. Dan folds. I'm guessing Gerges is still playing the 9-7 of hearts, and
sure.
And we see an even larger pot. That hand could have panned out in a few different ways, but Dan Charlton just shy of 9 million now, sitting pretty and comfortable with the chip lead.
Oh wow, Gerges, perhaps a little steamy, Jay, decides to open rip here with 9s, 23 blinds.
Yeah, it's
back
a
to
heap
Paul.
of chips.
Ace 7 suited.
Yeah, the only way I could see Paul thinking of calling this if he thinks Gerges is just on a bit of tilt after losing that one and going to shove any 2, but I doubt at a final table of this magnitude, even after losing that pot, we're just going to rattle it in with any 2 cards there, and Paul, aware of that, gets out of the way with the A7 suited.
Just reading in the chat that at one stage, Dan Charlton had 125k chip left, Jay, with 12 people left. The literal chip in a chair. He's somehow managed to run that up all the way to the chip lead four-handed. Quite the story in progress.
Yeah, that would be some story. I was unaware of that, so thank you, chat, for keeping us informed. A chip in a chair.
Long way to go, of course. This action folds round to Paul in the small blind. 10-5 off. Gonna let this one go.
Yeah, agreed. even as covering stack, going to complete wider, but I think maybe thinking that Gerges is just going to be super aggressive after losing that big one. So
Right.
we're just going to burn half a BB a lot of the time. Lets him have it. And just to make you aware as well, guys, we are scheduled for a break in just over 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, we'll be taking our second break of the day. For anyone just joining us, World Series of Poker circuit event, main event final table. We are four-handed. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Mr. J. Harwood in the booth. We'll be calling the action down to a conclusion.
They've been such a good watch so far today. Got plenty of action left with how deep these guys are four-handed.
Round to Paul on the button. Get out of the way with Queen 8. Gerges here quickly limps with 6-7 of hearts. Action on Arian, 10-6-0. Looks like he's going for ISO, Jay.
Yeah. I can understand it as Arian. We have Gerges covered and do get to put the pressure on. I might just think about the opponent we're up against and seeing him call that 3-bet when 9-7 suited.
I agree.
I'm probably going to make the assumption that he's not complete folding many hands, if any. So maybe just can check and see a freebie.
It does come King 7-3. Gerges flops the best of it. Arian, pretty much a pure whiff. 10 high. No club in hand. Is going to continue. And Gerges, as is his wont, snap acts, quick check call. Pot swelling, 1.4 million in the middle. King of clubs on the turn. Quick check from Gerges.
Not the best card to see as Arian, no club in our hand. Have the 6, removal to like the 6-5, 6-4 type stuff, the straight draw on the flop. So I think it's just white flag wave as he does. Flush is completing, probably not folding out 7x once the king pairs, and obviously trip kings won't be going anywhere.
The 10 of clubs rolls off river, J. Arian finds the 3 outer. Content now, of course, to take his showdown. And if Gerges was steamed before, maybe even more steamed now. Pretty unfortunate run out for him. Arian rakes in the pot.
20 BBs to work with. Still plenty. 20 big blinds. Heap four-handed on a final table. Maybe it will be good for the break in 8 minutes. Good time to come potentially for Gerges. Good time to just recoup our thoughts. Get some fresh air. Settle down and come back firing again.
We have a quick dealer change. Tell you something, Jay, the YouTube chat's popping today. Charlie Reed, how you doing, my friend? Jamie Nixon, nice to see you, buddy. Says great comms as always. Thank you, my man. Says Dan is due. Huge hold. It certainly was. Potential tournament defining hand. Glad you're all enjoying it. We're certainly enjoying it, bringing the coverage. Lots more to come, as Jay just referenced. We'll be going on our second break of the day in just over 5 minutes. Give you a chance. Go and get yourself a cup of tea. Or something stronger, Jay. It's Sunday after all.
3-4 of hearts, I don't think it was properly shuffled anyway. They all seem to be in order.
Oh, Paul giving the dealer a rub down, Jay. I hate seeing it. They weren't properly shuffled. This is Dusk Till Dawn, mate.
Yeah, sure.
Most elite staff in the world, buddy.
Surely if we get 3-4 of hearts, it means they are properly shuffled, right?
I mean, we all know you're a punter and you'll have a low suited connector. Now, speaking of suited connectors, Gerges with that 9-7 of hearts once more. This time, bit of PTSD gets out of the way. Arian, pocket nines in the small blind, is second in chips, Jay. With the big stack on his left. Does land on call. Dan here, 5-6 off.
One that I think we're just going to be doing a lot of checking with. As we are the big stack, do have the right to get aggressive if we want to. Put some pressure on.
Dan looks like he's feeling it, Jay. Does go for that raise. Arian, of course, never going anywhere with nines. Do have to tread carefully, Jay, right? Second in chips.
Yeah, we do, but premium four-handed pocket nines, blind on blind, it is just a big holding here that is going to make the call.
Yeah, not surprised to see call. Keeping some of the trash hands of Dan. Bit of pot control. Ace, deuce, 4. Interesting hand unfolding here. Dan has the betting lead. Does flop a gut shot to the nuts.
Yeah, it does seem like one that we are always going to be continuing with. Second nut low in the form of 5-6. And the ace high board as the opener. Does come with 2-7-5.
Yeah, very interesting. Arian, of course, going to have to call one. Keep your man honest. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. Pocket nines still best. Decision point for Dan J of whether to continue the story.
Yeah, interesting one for Dan here. If we are going to continue barreling, we'll be aware that Arian can still have a lot of ace-x because does need to try and keep the pot small out of position to us sitting second in chips and us as chip leader. But undeterred, going for the second barrel here and versus Arian's holding could be working.
Right, incredibly awkward here for a hand like nines. Dan decides to target pocket pairs. Hands like king high, Jay, that have like a backdoor, some of the suited variety. But Arian gonna put on the station cape for the turn at least.
Yeah, 10
big river incoming.
10 kind of irrelevant once Dan double barrels here, simply because his 10x will just be checking turn. So it's essentially still one overcard that we're worried about. The ace-x as Arian so does call one more street. And is there going to be a big decision coming in on the river for him here? Because do expect him always to be playing check with the nines. And Dan Charlton now over to you, sir. Goes with the give up, and nine's going to be good for Arian Hassankashani.
Yeah, I think this is very reasonable, Jay, especially this 8 of diamonds river. You know, a bunch of Arians continues on turn. Like I referenced, could be those kind of king high diamonds, right? Something like a gut shot with diamonds backup that gets there. Going to be tough to dislodge your opponent from an ace on this river.
Yeah,
Dan, wisely, I think, decides to give up here.
Yeah, no diamond in hand for Dan either. So all this 5x, 3x of diamonds and the deuce and 4 were a diamond on the board. So you got the 4x of diamonds, the deuce x of diamonds that we'll have to call turn. So Dan choosing to shut down. Would have been a growth spot for Arian if he was met with a third barrel. He'll be happy with that one. Takes a nice one from the chip leader.
Yeah, nice sticky turn call from Arian. Gerges really now, Jay. The shackles are off. Electing once more to open rip. 20 bigs with the baby offsuit ace. You see the chip counts in front of you guys. Arian retaking the chip lead with that pot. Dan Charlton close behind. Paul close behind him. Gerges now on the short stack.
And I believe this is going to be the final hand before we head out on a quick 15-minute break. So we'll be back just after 10 to 7.
Yeah, last hand before the break. see Arian here in the cutoff. Jack 5-0.
I'm assuming this is just a tank to make sure that he gets the full 15-minute break. Just running the clock down. Never doing anything with Jack 5, and off he goes for 15.
As does Dan, follows suit with the fold.
And we are going to have some blind-on-blind action for the final hand of the session. Over to Paul in the small.
Does complete with Queen Deuce. Gerges here, Ace Deuce of Hearts.
Just says, I'm all in from the looks of things. And Paul with the fold. So we're on a 15-minute break, guys. We'll be back at 10 to 7. We will see you in 15 minutes.
The future of online poker is here, and the biggest player is in town. Find out why GG Poker is the world's biggest online poker room. So, why play anywhere else?
Good evening, everyone. We are back for the final table action. We are down to 4 players. It's a bit of a carnage session. The last couple of hours, Arian sitting top of the shop with the chip lead. Dan Charlton, fantastic 2 hours for him, sitting second in chips. And off we go again for another 2 hours of poker. And kicking things off, Paul finds the big slick suited on the button.
Does wake up with a premium J. 350 to go. Arian just decides to get out of the way with Queen 5-0.
A nice little 15 minutes. Just the refresh and back at it.
And for us, Jay, I had time to get myself a cup of tea.
Oh, cup of tea.
Some fruit, you know, living clean.
I wish I could say that. I wish I could say that. I've got a new hot drink that I'm in love with at the moment. Only found it a couple of weeks ago, but I can't stop drinking it. It's the sticky toffee pudding hot chocolate, and I've got not long left until I have to buy another one.
What's the tagline? What's the tagline on the drink? Type 2 diabetes with every can.
Something like that. But it's unbelievable. Awesome. Very sweet, but unbelievable.
I'm only joking. I also have a packet of salt and vinegar crisps. It's all about balance. A bit of fruit.
That's
crisps in there. So, Gerges has been the unknown quantity at this final table, Jay. Very wide. Jack 6 of spades. Arian here. King, queen of clubs. Could be potential to 3-bet call this one. I think that might be how I would lean based on how wide Gerges has been, but does decide to call. Keeping some hands we dominate. Dan going to complete with 9-7 in the big.
Could have been a good option to go for as Arian, the 3-bet call off against Gerges specifically.
As it stands, does call. Flops best. 91% to win here on the ace-king deuce. Flop checks through. Gerges decides to give up post thus far at least. Turn pairs the deuce.
Out of position
Arian.
to 2 as Arian. I think we could check again here, Andrew. Similar situation, equity-wise, either well in front or well behind against an ace-x. So,
yeah, don't think it achieves too much to bet turn River pairs the ace. Arian with the nut king, excuse me. Couple of options available.
It could go small. Could potentially target some pocket pairs. Gerges seems like the type that could potentially call off with the board.
Certainly going to be some worse King X in the range of both opponents still also. Goes
Of course.
meaty. Best round about 80%. Recognizing his hand is best. Dan and Gerges. Nothing to defend with as you see the chip counts in front of you. Arian, 8.3 million. Dan and Paul, pretty much neck and neck in second place. Gerges with some work to do. Once more, Gerges has decided open rip. Going to be the strategy. Ace-8-0. Paul here. Queen-Jack off. Again, facing 16 bigs. Just too many chips to call. Let's it go. If you are just joining us, guys, welcome along in the YouTube streets. World Series of Poker circuit event. Main event final table. We are four-handed. All four players, £30,000 locked up. And all striving to achieve that 97.5k payday for the winner. And that lovely World Series of Poker circuit ring. Of course, comes with that additional entry to the World Series of Poker Tournament of Champions. Anybody's game still? As we see Arian get out of the way. As does Dan. Action on Paul now. Queen 8 off.
One, I think we do want to continue at the stack depth. Goes with complete, and Gerges just going to continue piling it in. Ace deuce off, nice one to use off of this stack size.
Pretty smooth, to be fair.
You know what?
Decent one.
It's quite refreshing, Jay,
price.
to see somebody play that fast. Playing for 100k, whatever. I know what I'm going to do. Bang.
Mentioned it earlier, just every decision never needs more than 5 seconds. No wonder he's got probably more time banks than anyone. Haven't seen him use one yet, and got a stack of them sat next to his chip stack.
Certainly refreshing versus watching people tank for 45 seconds every decision, Jay. You know we don't love that from the booth.
Credit to the lads, everyone that's played this FT. The action's been quick. No one's really been taking any unnecessary time. There's obviously been situations where you need a tank, you need to weigh up your options, but such great entertainment because of how quick these guys are playing at the FT and playing for life-changing money, essentially.
Agreed. As we see Dan opening here, Ace Queen O. Arian going to give it respect. Lays down the 8-6.
Thank you.
Don't forget to post it in Winners Lounge.
Yeah, but you also said no to the thingy.
Do you remember why I said no at the time?
Yeah.
It's the same situation.
I noticed, that's why I brought it up.
Right. That's why. So that's what, sorry?
That's why I brought it up.
Oh, okay. I'm glad that you're aware.
Got you, didn't he?
Yeah.
That other guy got me, man.
I'm still happy with the decision I made, though. I don't care about the outcome. think it was a good decision. What's that, sorry?
Life is different.
His cards are back in the air. Paul here, third in chips. In the cutoff, 9-3 of clubs. Into the muck. Seen several of these blind on blind confrontations, Jay.
I'm okay answering
Arian
messages,
taking
though,
the passive route
right?
throughout.
Answering messages on my phone,
8
right?
deuce of diamonds here.
And like,
Yeah, there's been a lot of these situations, Arian versus Dan blind on blind, and I can actually only recall him going for the raise with one hand, and that was with the ace-jack suited.
okay, cool.
It does limp once more. Dan here, working with a shade over 40 bigs. Seems like a reasonable one to mix in some checks. Does do so. Queen 7-4 all spades. Arian with a complete whiff. Dan here, second pair with the ace kicker. Neither player with spade in hand. Action goes check, check. Jack of hearts on the turn.
Nothing really going on for Arian here with just 8 high. Could see a turn probe here from Dan, but looking for showdown, potentially going to go for value on some brick rivers with his third pair nut kick up.
And Arian now potentially an option, Jay, to go for the delay river bluff. Of course, never going to win this one at a showdown, but does just wave the white flag.
I think as Dan now, we want to go for value. Just make the assumption that Arian's going to go for value with a jack or queen once played in this manner. So
Yeah.
R7 going to be best most of the time.
Yeah, that would certainly seem fair. Fortunately for Dan, no value to be had. See another look at the chip stacks. Here we go. Gerges finds pocket aces, Jay. Wonder how the players will read into this. Has open shoved 4 or 5 times in a row. This time lands on 4x. Makes it 600k. Potential
Surprise.
strategic error, I would suggest. Got to get some value, Jay, from this hand four-handed.
Agree completely there. We want to get the big blind to defend. We want to just make it 2 BBs, maybe slightly north of, but we want the big blind in there when we got aces. We want them to defend. Once we start reaching into a 4x remit opening size, it's difficult to get action with the aces.
Certainly is. Perhaps trying to lean into that image that he has already of these large opens. Unfortunately for him, no action. Well, premium hands back to back. We see Dan Charlton waking up with pocket kings on the button.
Thank you, love.
Does have Gerges in the big. He's looking to get after it. Paul here, Queen 8 of hearts in the small. Type of hand, Jay, that for chips would like to be involved, I'm sure, but with the distributions, likely gets out of the way. And Gerges, well, we've seen him defend close to range, defends once more. 10-5 off. Meet some trouble if he catches a piece. Mercifully for him thus far, does not. Queen 7-4. And with the overpair to the board.
It just seems like clear continue. Want to get some value. Gerges not going to be folding any pair that he's made. Unfortunately, just with 10 high, gets out the way. But Dan Charlton takes a small one.
Actually struggling to recall Dan losing too many pots full stop, Jay. Done a good job of winning the small ones, and of course that massive ace-king versus pocket kings blind on blind that really kick-started this run to the chip lead.
Yeah, you're spot on, especially post-flop. The only one I can recall was the blind on blind versus Arian when Arian had pocket nines. Only one I can actually recall him losing that went post. So getting the job done without getting to showdown. Putting that red line to work.
Dan here, king 9 of spades. Gonna come in for another open, 300k.
Seems standard, effective. Hijack, unfortunately, running into the tens of Gerges here, who sends it all in for 19.
Quick release from Dan. Very interesting quantity, Gerges. Does seem like the type that if he gets momentum, going to be difficult to stop, you know, with these huge sizings and the like. You know, if he doubles through here, going to be close to chip lead, so by no means out of the mix.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it early on in the final table when we were still nine-handed, the way he started. If he did get a chip lead, could go on a potential tear, but things just haven't really gone his way. The 9-7, a heart's hand, losing that massive flip post to Dan Charlton. Now sitting as a short stack. But you're right, I think if he does get going, potentially doubles up, could come alive four-handed.
Sorry. I thought that was big blind.
It's all good.
But it was the same time, sorry.
Gerges fires it in again, Jay. Open rips. Is the type of strategy that works every time but once. Get this one through.
I like that. I've never heard that before.
Really?
Type of strategy that works every time but once. Good way to put it.
I'm sure that was a Mike Sexton classic.
Oh, was it really?
I think so. Big legend. One of the best.
Agreed.
Action on Arian. 5-6-0 on the button. Round to Dan. 7-8 of clubs.
It seems like one that's happy to complete call here. Annoyed when we opt to raise this one and get free bet. Just a hand with very good playability, but it's going to take the aggressive route.
It does land on raise. Don't mind this, Jay. Covering Paul. Paul in that sort of dicey situation with Gerges. Playing pretty ballistic. Does cover him. But Gerges is gaining ground on Paul. In any case, nice pickup for Dan.
Yeah, as I say, it's always so complicated, blind on blind, knowing exactly what to do, because theoretically, all these mixes going on. Sometimes we raise, sometimes we complete.
Blind on blind's great though, Jay. It's one of those things where you can basically do whatever you want, and then you're like, it's fine. It's a mix.
Yeah,
It's a mix,
exactly.
mate. Anytime you punt a hand off, it's fine. It's a mix.
It's just ridiculous.
Never
Basically,
mind.
any hand you can do whatever you want with. More mixes
Never
than
mind.
Ocean.
Never mind. We've absolutely dusted it. It's a mix.
Yeah. So walk for Gerges. Paul not gonna get involved.
All the players at the moment in somewhat of a holding pattern. Of course, getting to the business end of this tournament, not insubstantial pay jumps. All for £30,000 locked. Of course, still hunting down at 97.5k for the win. Next pay jump, good for £12,000, Jay. So it's getting into the big money jumps.
Yeah, going to be in everyone's head, I'm sure. But no outright short stack at the moment. Gerges just chipped up since we come back from break. And once again, finds a hand here in the small blind.
Yeah, interesting to see if you can find some subtlety. Oh, here we go. He did say works every time but once. Arian has a mandatory call, and he's going to be horrified, Jay, to see that Gerges' hand is as strong as it is. Ace, queen of clubs against pocket nines.
Big flip incoming. And Arian, if he can hold here, would go into three-handed with nearly half the chips in play.
Big moment. Four-handed here as the flop. 5, 4, 5. One club on board. Backdoor straight and flush draws available for Gerges. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. Opens up 3 more outs. 4 more, excuse me. So 10 outs once for Gerges. Looking to find it, or he will be our 4th place finisher. River is no good. 8 of spades on the end, Jay. And we lose Gerges in 4th place. Just like that, only 3 remain in the main event. Arian, Dan, and Paul. As we say GG to Gerges. Was about to say GG to Gerges. Good game, my friend. 4th place. Not too shabby, Jay. Lose him in 4th. £30,000 and some change.
It was great to watch as well. Thoroughly enjoyed watching him. Obviously, we saw him play a couple of hands in an unstandard manner, but it's great entertainment, and that's what we want to see. People getting amongst it, getting involved.
Knocked in about 8 bullets in them, but
very solid payday for him. And we are 3-handed. Talked about that pay jump. All 3 now, £42,500 locked.
And just looking at Gerges' live earnings, almost quintupling his live earnings with that cash, just $6,500 on the resume. So huge score for him nonetheless. He'll be happy with that, I'm sure.
Absolutely right.
yeah, as long as that's the situation and like the free roll seat doesn't just go to first, I'm happy to look at numbers.
Some discussion, Jay, now about a potential deal or having a look at numbers. Wouldn't blame the players. Huge jump between 3rd and 1st, Jay, at 55k.
Yeah.
So what happens to the seat? To the free roll? The free roll seat goes to the winners. Yeah, whoever wins the ring will get the
And where will that 10% go? Just for first or first?
Yeah, it'll go for first.
Okay.
First time, I think.
Yeah.
You basically just chop everything apart from 9.75.
You'll play on for 9.7.
What have I got? Yeah, I'm happy to look in that case.
I'm happy.
How much do you have?
6.7, 6.85. I think 6.5.
As we let you listen in. to the deal discussions.
Do you have about 6? 4.6. 4.6. Exactly. You can put 6 in there, that's fine.
You got more than 4.6.
No, this is 4.5. Yeah, ICM. Sorry,
Oh.
4.7. We're talking about no, 4.6. 4.6.
No, maybe you are right, yeah, because one less.
What the thing is left. Yeah, I know. 10% left for first place, right? Yeah, 9.7.
Yeah, that's 4.6 is correct, yeah. Yeah.
Go on, Addy, lad.
If you are just joining, guys, we are three-handed in the main event. Short pause in play. The players are getting an accurate chip count so they can consider discussion of a deal. Sure, play will resume momentarily.
Arian, 1 second, how much was his?
57,380.
Okay.
Yeah, Arian, 71,820. And Dan, 63,595.
With 975 left to pay.
With 970 to pay.
Yeah, I'll do ICM. Would you guys give me 5 minutes? Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. I'm going to take it. Can we start going to the toilet? Yeah, is that right?
What's that?
Yeah, you can take a break, yeah.
Yeah, it's your game, so we'll wait.
So we are going to take a very short break, guys, while the remaining players discuss this potential deal. Shouldn't take too long, so come back and join us in 5 or 6 minutes or so. We will be resuming three-handed.
got no blue chips there? Yeah, they're ready to make their decision.
What would it get? It was an extra 500. Yeah, I'm joking. I'm joking.
You can hear me.
57, 380.
Yeah, we're just moving seat 6 to seat 5.
63, 595.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Can officially announce, Jay, a deal has been reached between the three players. Excuse me. They have made a deal. Can announce the payouts for you now. Arian, chip leading. He's going to take home, Jay, 71.8k. Not too shabby. Dan in second in chips, 63.6. And Paul going to take home 57.4k. And they are going to play on for £9,700 plus that World Series of Poker Circuit ring.
Decent
Pretty
payday.
good result, Jay, for all parties.
Yeah, going to be Paul Allen's biggest live cash, tripling his biggest score of £17,000.
Yeah, correct. There's a dead button.
Dan and Arian, both with bigger scores. Looking forward to see how this plays out. Three-handed, just the one prize to play for now. So we're playing for chips. We need all the chips to win any more money. £9,700 and the ring.
Raise 300,000.
Straight off the bat, we got action. Paul opening the ace-8 suited, makes it 300k. And Dan Charlton here, ace-queen, three-handed.
Yeah, two very strong holdings in a three-handed game. Dan, sub 30 here, Jay, or 30 or so. Looks like he's going for the 3-bet call. Certainly makes a lot of sense. Difficult spot for Paul. That's suited ace-8.
Yeah, but as mentioned, three-handed, strong hand in a three-handed setting.
Some potential, Jay, I think, to level yourself occasionally here also. The deal's been made. Are the shackles off? And is this guy just going for me? Does call in position. Inflated pot pre. Paul with just over 1.5 pots back. King, Jack 5, Rainbow. Dan still with the best of it.
Could
The
definitely
better
be
ace high.
a board that we continuing on. Double Broadway Rainbow as the three better.
Yeah, Paul with a complete whiff. Gonna just give this one up.
Yeah,
I'm
been
gonna
solid,
be happy
Paul.
to take that one down.
Credit to the man starting off for the FT. We saw that three bet with the ace-5 off, I think second hand of the FT. But after that, it's played very solid. And still in with a shot of taking this down, even as the short stack.
Action on Arian. 9-7 off on the button. Gets out of the way. Round 2, Dan. Jack 4 of clubs. Paul now chipped down considerably. Working with just over 20 bigs, Jay.
Yeah, suited Jack
the
with
big
Dan.
blind.
Always going to be continuing. Looks like going to be taking an aggressive route. Saw this earlier with the 7-8 of clubs. Happy to take the initiative. And Paul with the ace-deuce of clubs here. Now playing for chips. Could just see send here for 22. Wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility. Suited a wheel ace. Blind on blind. But does just play cool. Does have position.
Does make the call. King, deuce, 8. With 2 spades. Ace, deuce. Still best. With that bottom pair. Dan with a complete whiff to this board. Gonna try dislodge his opponent off some hands like a queen high, Jay. 2 random cards that have equity. Can get some better hands to fold. Gonna bet 375k.
But this one that Paul is working with, doubt is going to be folding. Quarter pair here, blind on blind. Shouldn't be going anywhere with position. Does proceed with call off to the turn.
Does take one off. 10 of clubs turn.
And just shut down here for Dan, you think, Andrew?
Pretty tough here, yeah. If we're going to barrel, looking to get our opponent off a hand like an 8, I would suggest, Jay. Not going to give him too many deuce X. Gonna have some of those, of course, suited ace deuce, queen deuce types.
Yeah, and I think we want a hand that has equity versus a king. We want to use a hand that still would have equity versus some king X. Maybe even an overcard and ace in there could be more viable. But Paul checking it behind, trying to get to showdown himself with his bottom pair.
Dan does get a free river and does get the type of card, Jay, that we could attempt to represent.
It's too good not to, in my opinion, Andrew. Target the 8x, target the deuce X, target the ace highs. I think with Jack in hand here, one that we're going to need to be bluffing is Dan Charlton.
And he is going to find it. Really tough spot now for Paul. Literally only beating a hand like this.
Yeah, and that
sort
is
of jack highs, 9 highs that went for it pre-J and are going to turn their hand into a bluff on the river.
The problem we've got is Paul, like Dan gets the value bet, his 10x and his queen X as well. Once turn goes check, like making the assumption Paul has an 8 or maybe a deuce. So it's just so difficult to call once Dan's value bets contain these 1 pair queen X and 10x holdings as well.
Yeah, beautifully done from Dan. Wow. Finds the river bluff.
Inspiration. It's facing me as well. It's like
it's Paul off the best of it.
Cheers.
Sorry, I was distracted. What did you say?
You're wearing that out to the club.
To the clubs? I've not been to a club for maybe over a decade, mate.
Yeah. I don't do it.
What's that, sorry?
You're giving your age away, but you know, asked me before how old you were. Decade, mate.
Let's just see a shot. That beautiful World Series circuit ring.
You wouldn't take it off, would you, Andrew? At least not for a couple of months. At any tournament you played, it would be on the finger, wouldn't it?
Best decision you ever made. Most people would have just jammed there, right?
I'm not sure I've got the swag to pull that off, mate.
It doesn't matter if you have it or not. It's a WSOP ring. You can wear it with whatever you want, whoever you are.
To get the ladder and get a stack back and still win. Pretty sick, man.
Really sick.
Done very well either way.
Action back on Dan. King Jack off from the button. With that pot, Jay, very difficult spot for Paul, of course. He's chipped down considerably here. Now working with 17 blinds or so.
Can't fall in for the fold, though.
No,
Andrew,
absolutely. Absolutely.
So difficult to call that spot. I think fold is the right move in the long run.
Arian here, going to defend with 4-5. Ten, 8, 7. Dan still best. Let's have a gut shot. 2 overcards. Arian with just 5 high. Checks it over to Dan. There's a texture that will hit the big blind fairly hard. Dan deciding to check back. And Arian turns the low end of the straight, Jay.
Yeah, dummy and gutter gets there. 6 on the turn and may go for some leads now.
Does indeed. 450k, round about half pot.
And Dan
Good
does
for
have
immediate
2.
value.
Yeah, 2 overcards, gut shot, just going to let it go. Good fold from Dan.
I think recognizing big blind can have a lot of 9x, a lot of 2 pairs in his range, and a little too weak to continue.
So the 3rd time Paul's been dealt 7 deuce, 3-handed, not what you want to see. Been a fixture of this final table, blind on blind confrontations between Arian and Dan Charlton. Once again, Arian does opt to complete over to Dan with the 5-7 suited. Does check his option.
Flop comes 10-9-6. Open-ended straight draw for Arian. Gut shot for Dan. Some backdoor potential.
Yeah, I think Dan's
Could
got
be one he starts to go after, Jay.
Yeah, I think he's got a really nice one here to use as a stab. 7 high, fold out some jack high, queen high, king high, ace high, and still with some equity in the form of our gutter and backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, it does just that. Arian, of course, going nowhere. Turn is an 8, and Dan gets there. Super interesting turn card, Jay. Arian also improves to a pair of his own with that open-ended straight draw.
Arian seems like got a nice one to check call, and Dan, don't expect him to be getting trappy with his straight here. I think we just want to put more chips in, try and get 3 streets of value here. Still can target some 10x, some 2 pairs can be in there as well by our opponent, and want to charge those front door club draws. Comes with 650, 2/3 pot, and Arian, as said before, just seems like a very clear check call with our 3rd pair and up and down on our own.
It does make the call. Cannot fault him for it. Dan holds through to the 6 of diamonds river. Arian now.
We just check and hope that Dan knuckles it back. Not going to be the case or the result that we want, but can't see any other avenue here for Arian other than to play check and hoping for the check behind from Dan.
Somewhat problematic here, Jay. I would suggest to hold that jack in hand. Lots of Dan's natural bluffs could contain a jack. You know, if he's gone for it on the flop, like a jack 4 of clubs type holding. I'm trying to think of any pure bluffs for Dan. Oh, and he does check back, somewhat interestingly.
Worried about potential boats or queen jack or jack 7 potentially there from Dan.
Yeah, it does take the conservative route. In any event, takes down a nice pot. Action on Arian, 10-5-0. It's out of the way. Dan now, Jay, suited ace, and here we go. Potential clash incoming. Paul now 16 bigs behind only.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if Dan just went with this one. And he does go with it, and Paul with the snap call, but suited wheel ace still with a nice 30% equity here. We'll win it 1 and 3 times, but Paul rubbing his hands together, and rightly so, big favourite to double up.
I no longer care if I lose.
Here we go.
Since we dealt, I've had 7 deuce off 3 times.
5.1 million in the middle. Paul looking to hold with the pocket jacks. Does so through the king, queen, 7 board.
Feels like a 10.
Not much working for Dan. Looking for one of the remaining aces in the deck. Doesn't find it on the turn. 3 outs once for Dan to eliminate Paul in third. He will go on 3-handed. Can he find it? Doesn't get there.
No,
Spades on the river.
Sweating it less.
Very well timed double up for Paul. Back up to 5.1 million.
There, that stack there. Do just expect it to go in blind on blind. Paul with the goods, unfortunately for Dan. Dan not getting there. Paul gets himself right back in this one.
Pretty much a cooler in a 3-handed game. 15 or so effective, Jay. Paul finding the hold.
I'm about 5.4 now.
Yeah.
About 5.4 now, since you guys were. I'm still shortest, I think.
You got more than a doubt.
I don't know if it was the exact first 3 hands. I can't have been because I called one of your raise. No, I had ace deuce when I called your raise, but like 3 of like the first 5 I had 7 deuce off and was like, that's the best deal I've ever done. Just sitting there, just, oh, time to go card dead.
Round 2, Paul, 7-9 of clubs in the small blind. Looking with a shade over 30 bigs. Comes with call.
And 10-9 offsuit. Seems like one that we check most of the time.
Does indeed check his option. Very dry. Jack deuce deuce board. 10 high of Arian, still best.
I think Paul's got a potential nice stab here. 3 to straight, 3 to flush hand on a very dry texture. He's going to go for check, and I'll just go for the check fold there. Maybe one that we could use as a check raise, small check raise potentially. Need to be creative on these dry paired board textures with our bluffs that we're going to find. Can't just be raising the deuce X and jack X. Need some bluffs in there, and you tend to see these 3 to straight, 3 to flush hands rolled in as the bluffs.
And on we go. Still three-handed, guys, if you're just joining us. World Series of Poker Circuit main event final table. Deal has been done. The remaining players still playing for an additional £9,700 plus that World Series of Poker Circuit ring. Round 2, Arian. Jack 3 of clubs.
500.
And here we go, Jay. Gear change. I've seen him mostly limp in the small. Can you use this Jack 3 suited? Makes it 500k from the small blind.
Yeah.
Jack 6 of diamonds for Dan.
Seems like clear call. As Dan playing for chips now, just one prize to win. Suited Jack, blind on blind in position. Want to be getting amongst it as he does.
Does make the call. Arian flops best. Ace 4-3, bottom pair. Jack 6 for Dan. Have a couple of back doors. Diamonds in hand. Of course, awkward to proceed. Arian with c-bet. That's 275k. Oh, he is undeterred. Jay gonna float this one. Has that backdoor potential.
Don't mind this at all. Blind on blind, we need to fight for pots, and free-handed, obviously blinds and ante coming around very fast. Do need to be getting amongst it, and range is very wide, so definitely okay to call this one. See what the turn brings.
It's a beautiful one, Jay, for Dan. Deuce of diamonds, one of the best cards in the deck.
And I think now with 6 in hand could potentially see a bluff starting to run from Dan, but opts to check it back and just take his equity to the 8 of spades river. Surprised to see that turn check, Andrew?
I'm a little surprised in terms of I don't think we ever get check raised here, right? We're probably perceived to have more 5x. We can just dislodge our opponent off, you know, a hand like king high, queen high, even some pairs. You start putting them under pressure with some potential to run a big bluff river. But Dan opting for the turn check back, and now the sort of fake value bet river.
Yeah,
looks
to be
like
fair,
he snap got it through.
That line looks a lot more
value,
stronger.
right?
Yeah, of course it does. Once we check back and then look like we go for value on the river with some potential 2 pairs, even some check back wheels on the turn, and it does get the credit. Arian snap folds.
Yeah, very nicely done from Dan. The sheer speed at which Arian folded, Jay, leading some credibility to what you're saying, looks incredibly under-bluffed. Dan Charlton getting it done. Very nicely picked up.
Second. It's my biggest for anything, incredibly. My biggest live was only like 20, and my biggest online was about 40-ish. So, I've been playing like medium to high stakes for like 10 years. It's incredible.
Arian now, king deuce on the button.
Very well grasped, man.
Thank you. It's nice to get a 50. It's like a nice round number to break. Yeah, I know.
Round 2, Dan, king 4 off. Again, going for the aggressive route, Jay. Makes it 500k to go. Paul with ace 5 off in the big, working with 30 blinds.
Nice ones to use. The old offsuit high-lows at 30 effective. Good blocker, good unblocker. Paul with ace can't go anywhere with position.
Is it going to continue here on the 9-7 deuce? Nothing working for him, just looking to dislodge. Hands like Paul has, that haven't connected too well with the board. But Paul, ace of clubs in hand, Jay. I'm going to take one off.
Yeah, I think most ace highs anyway, we have to call once blind on blind versus this size here, especially with position.
Dan does improve to the best hand. 4 of hearts on the turn. Content to check now. Try and work his way to showdown. Interesting decision point for Paul.
Maybe blind on blind too high up to turn this one into a bluffers pool and just want to get to showdown ourselves, take our equity with our wheel draw.
Board does pair on the river. 9 of diamonds. Interesting run out. Dan likely to think Paul bets all of his 9x on the turn. Looks like he's going to go for value, Jay. Nicely sniffed out. For the little block size. Tricky one again for Paul in these blind on blind spots versus Dan.
Yeah, because similar scenario as we've been saying all night, with ranges as wide as they're perceived to be, Dan can just rock up to the river with a whole lot of nothing and feels like he's obliged to bluff at it, and does pay it off with the ace high.
Very nicely done from Dan. Important pots, Jay, these ones, where you can find these smidgens of value that sometimes people play a little too cautiously. Yeah. Recognizing his 4 is worth a bet, gets paid off. And hunting down Arian for the chip lead. Paul once again, stack being reduced.
Maybe the difference between a good player and a great player, finding them sort of thin value bets that others may not find, but sort of recognising the situation. As you mentioned, Paul going to be doing almost 100% betting with his 9x, will bet the 7x at some frequency, so therefore on that river likely to have the best of it and can target a deuce or potentially ace high, as we was called by.
Couldn't agree more, my friend. Beautifully broken down. As Dan finds another playable one. Jack 10 off. Going to open from the button. 300k to go.
Your trigger finger getting a bit fidgety now. What's that, sorry? Coppo just messaged.
Yeah, he said the same to me.
Coppo said PWX.
Yeah.
Arian is going to defend 10 deuce of diamonds, Jay. Does flop a 10 high flush draw. Now, yeah. Gut shot to a straight for Dan. Still has the best of it currently with Jack 10. Comes with 40% or so. Sizing up a little. Pretty wet texture.
Aaron, potentially one Arian could go for raise with 3 to a straight as well here. I think this is one of the flush draws that will find some raise in blind on blind. From the big blind.
You've called it, Jay's found it. 1.1 million to go. Dan here. No diamond in hand. Is still drawing to the nuts. Could be suspicious of this raise. Yeah, awkward spot though, Jay.
Well, he's coming in.
Not ready to give up the pot just yet. Dan makes the call in position. Pot inflating. 2.3 million in the middle. 10 of hearts on the turn. Very interesting. Both players now improve to second pair.
I think one after it's been raised on flop, that both players are happy to check now after picking up a hefty amount of showdown. Arian will jump in front of some 8x and 7x that will be in there.
Does check his option. Dan now with the decision. Does check, Jay. Bit of a disaster if we bet here and get double check raised. River is the 8 of clubs. They are going to chop this one up if there's no more aggressive action.
Been doing a lot of blocking, Arian, in situations like this. I'm wondering if he's got the same sort of idea again here with a 10, chopping with other 10x now, but does go check, check, and they're both Gonna chop this one up.
Did you see the payouts in front of you? The players have done a deal. I can read through those numbers for you.
You don't understand though, Dan. People don't like me, so I don't get messages. Like, I get like 4 messages a day. I'm not even joking.
As I mentioned there, guys, players did do a deal. Arian taking home £71,800.
Yeah.
63.6k for Dan Charlton and Paul, 57.4k. They are still playing for a shade under £10,000 and the World Series of Poker Circuit Ring, along with the title.
Oh, hey buddy, how you doing?
Plenty still to play for.
Why are you messaging me now? Oh, nothing, mate. Just been thinking of you. Okay.
Paul on the button. Lost a few chips back after that double up with the pocket jacks. Once again, blind on blind action between Arian and Dan. Both players with playable holdings.
And neck in chips, Jay. Arian continues this limp strat. Dan with his suited ace. They are a little deeper now, Jay, than they have been at any stage. 60 bigs or so. Dan going to continue aggression. Pumps it up. Makes it 500k to go.
He's been relentless in these situations since he got chips blind on blind. Been a lot of raising going on from the big. Not sure how Arian's going to read into that, but won't be folding 6-7 suited. I'm pretty confident of that.
Yeah, never folding this one. That's limp call. Makes a lot of sense. Very playable hand. Is dominated. Not often going to be the case. Queen 5-3. 2 diamonds, 1 heart. Arian flopping best here as such. Flops a gut shot to a straight. Backdoor hearts working for him. Just ace high for Dan.
Yeah, and one that, if met by C-bet, can do some check raising at 60 deep here, with just 7 high. Obviously, you can fold out all these ace king high type stuff and equity to a gut shot with backdoor hearts. Just going to play cool and head to the turn.
Which is the 10 of spades. Dan here, still best. Of course, can't know it, Jay. Just ace high here. Ace 6 of clubs on this board. Can you line up the barrels, potentially thinking he needs to bluff? And see he has the best of it.
Check on the turn. 9 of spades river. So Arian here just with 7 high. Really feel like he needs to bluff at this one now.
Yeah, essentially getting to the river, Jay, with the worst hand in his range. Wow, doesn't go for it. Pretty surprised to see it.
You're not folding the river, are you?
Could be a potential misstep. I think you got to bluff that one, Jay. Just 7 high. Your opponent's check back turn. Sometimes you got to find the bluff. Dan very happy to see it go check, check, and have the winner.
Yeah, maybe Arian thinking with everything bricking out that called flop, all this 4-6, 4 deuce, 6-7 front door diamonds that Dan more inclined to call light, perhaps could have been the thought process.
What's that?
Wish we'd done the deal now. Got a bit more.
Really, guy?
I know, I'm happy.
So blind on blind this time between Dan and Paul.
Raise 425.
Dan making it just shy of 3x here. And they're going to get Paul off 1 pip lower. Raise and take.
Get change, please. Of course you can. Thank you. Cheers.
Daniel Charlton, ace deuce on the button. Playing for chips now with the deal done. Any ace good enough to get amongst it. Opens to 300. Paul will get out of the way. And the suited a6 for Arian in the big blind. Seems like one that always going to be defending here. Does come with defend. And a 9, 4, 4, 2 hearts the flop. Dan does have heart in hand. Ace high still likely to be the best versus big blind defend range. So you expect to see c-bet. And then comes with a small size. And versus small here, do expect Arian to be calling once, still ahead of all this king high, queen high, jack high type stuff that will be opening on the button here. So getting nearly 6 to 1. Does continue. Improves on the turn, making 2 pair here. Now over to Dan. Does bring in another flush draw. That does go check, check to the free river and could potentially be thinking about some value here now, as Arian can credibly represent some miss heart draws as our bluffs. Potential to get heroed by some ace high type holdings, and with as wide as the button range is, still going to be some potential rivered 3x stuff like king 3 through jack 3 suited. So nice to Arian going for the value. Goes for 1.3 million, so finds overbet here. Big sizing, very polarizing. It was just sitting with 2 pair, but it's good. Done out of the way. Doesn't get sticky with ace high.
Depends on the card distribution, I suppose. Depends on coolers. Depends how early the coolers come.
Light banter. It's just to be like, come on, it's a nerd answer.
Mate, about 100 viewers at home just switched off when you started talking about card distribution. They were like, we're done with this.
It's a good job I'm not a people pleaser then, isn't it?
Same, to be fair. That's why no one calls me.
I'll call you tomorrow, man.
Nice.
I'll congratulate
Once
you
again,
thank you.
blind on blind between these two. Couple of ducks for Arian in the small.
Good.
I know, I forgot there's no pay jump. I keep folding for it.
So does proceed, we complete. Queen 6 offsuit here for Dan.
No raise that time.
No, it's not bad enough to raise.
I see. I appreciate the honesty.
I only do that with my really bad hands.
As we see king 10, 7 rainbow, so deuces of Arian still out in front. Starts with a check over to Dan, who opts to check back with queen high. Snags the best of it on the turn. And that could potentially be going for some value now. With the queen 6, gonna make assumptions that the king X, if opted into check flop, will start playing some leads on the turn, so likely we have the best of it. Arian not sticking around with the ducks, met by 4 overcards. Does get that one through Dan.
God, I love that chat. What a legend, man, Chaz. I love that, bro. I love that.
One more hat, is that all it's going to take? Could I get an Earl Grey tea, no milk, 1 sugar, please?
Thank you. Water in it,
Yeah, this one's
Can I
mine.
get ice water, please? Thank you.
And 1 bottle of still water as well, and I'll pay with card when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Arian goes up in my estimation, Jay. An Earl Grey tea with some milk. What a man of class. You know I love a cup of tea. You know I love a cup of tea.
Was the order not Earl Grey, no milk, 1 sugar? That's what I heard.
Whatever, right? Listen, he's ordered tea. That's all I'm bothered about, mate. He's ordered the tea.
There you go. I know you love a cup of tea, Mr. Hedley. I'll tell you that. I know you like your tea.
Fucking online players.
Might be more than like. Addiction might be a better description.
What do you do when you're in the States? Because it's hard to get a decent cup of tea out there.
Don't start me. It's absolute trauma.
It
tends to range between, tends to range between like a cup of milk and, just like no milk in it at all. They don't have a clue, mate. They don't have a clue.
Okay.
What a legend, man. Sticking around. %, yeah, I'm in there. Dude, I'm in there, we'll swap 10.
Raise 400,000.
As we see Dan, Jack 7 of spades. Sizing up here. 2.6x or so. Arian with the 8 deuce of hearts.
Yeah, I don't think Dan has sized up here. I think the blinds have just gone up. So
Okay, that would make more sense.
I'm assuming the graphic will change after this hand. So just a min click from Dan here.
How about this for a flop, Jay? 8, 7, 4, 2 spades. Top pair for Arian, of course. Very weak kicker. And Dan with the big flop, middle pair and a spade draw. Checks it back, recognizing here lots of his range would check. Has a very disguised strong holding. Does go check, check. Turn is an ace of hearts. Arian's still best.
You expect Dan to have some high frequency delays on. I was going to say with his particular hand, may just go for check again though. But it's going to fire. Goes for 400k. Clear call for Arian here.
Yeah, can't go anywhere just yet. River incoming. And Charlton gets there. 9 of spades.
That's got to feel good, that one. Seeing that roll off on the river as Dan. And could still potentially get some value here from Arian, as this is a blind on blind situation with ranges as wide as they are. Can't see any avenue other than check from Arian. Does play check over to Dan now. It just comes down to size that we want to choose here.
Yeah, pretty interesting. When Dan does have an ace in his hand, this isn't exactly the greatest river in the world to be bombing off on. So Arian could be suspicious. Of course, Dan, jack high flush, loving life.
Yeah, and dynamic already set between these two. Been a lot of pots that they played together. And you think eventually Arian's going to get suspicious and may just flick in the call, because been doing a lot of folding to these river bets of Dan. But eventually you think he's going to make a stand.
And there it is. You've called it, Jay. Half pot bet from Dan. Sized it perfectly. Gets called. Once again, gets the better of Arian in a heads-up spot. Very nicely played. Didn't go too greedy, Jay, on the river. Looking to target these kind of one-pair hero-type calls.
Nice size of the choice from Dan. Gets paid and extends his chip lead.
So we see Paul on the button.
Since then, Jack's just been how it started, free-handed for Paul, completely card dead here.
Yeah, it really has been. Hasn't done a whole lot wrong, Jay, as you just mentioned. Just waiting for some momentum. So we see Dan. Pretty big chip swing in that pot against Arian now. Up over 13 million, Jay, in the driver's seat.
Over half the chips in play. Good spot to be in three-handed.
You see Arian here. On the button, Jack 5 off. Round 2, Dan. Working with just 8-4 offsuit. Is going to complete. Paul now, King 5-0.
Only 11 bigs here for Paul. 200k, big blind. So it's just going to take the King 5 off and send it into the middle.
Nobody messages you. Are you texting yourself?
Pretty much. Just a couple of my students.
Here at Raise announced. Looks like Dan on the button. 400k. Decision here, Jay, for Paul. Of course, in a three-handed game, we're going to have to get after it. Recognizing here that he needs to take a light one. Finds the jam with Queen Jack.
Gets it done. Those pickups are big. And with this short three-handed, blinds coming round thick and fast.
Also nice, Jay, right? With the pressure somewhat off in terms of the deals being made. You know, we can just take these spots now, play for just chips. Run as many as possible, try and get that stack moving in the right direction.
Always nice when you've locked up a decent sum. You don't have to worry about laddering anymore. You're just playing for one outright prize. And sometimes when the pressure's taken off, sometimes players will feel more comfortable and take good spots that they wouldn't do when they're playing for 10, 20k ladders.
Absolutely. Paul now, ace-5 of hearts. Has chipped up 17.5 blinds. Can go a couple of ways here, Jay.
Yeah, I think both options fine. I think could go for the raise. I think all in for 17 would actually be fine with this particular holding.
Yeah, it does. Decide just to send it. Dan, King 9, not quite strong enough. Let's it go.
Thank you, bro.
Why are you expecting a rail? You're the one that's had the rail all day.
I know, that's why I asked. That's the trouble.
I'm my
He's
own
somewhere,
rail.
probably in cash.
I'm my own rail. The only person I need on my rail is me. That's it. That's it.
Probably not.
I don't need a rail.
Thank you, dude. Cheers, appreciate it.
I'm a lion, mate, not a sheep.
What's your stance on that, Jay? If you're ever deep in a comp, do you want a rail? Do you want people shouting, going ballistic? Or do you want like the chilled focus of silence?
I think I'm more of a rail man. I think it's great when you got your friends cheering you on, wanting you to do well, as you would be doing if they were at a final table as well. And I think especially in UK poker specifically, we've got like quite a tight-knit community, and especially when we go overseas, always good to see any Brits doing well.
Rails, right?
And,
the old UK rail.
Yeah, literally spot on. I think the Brits are one of the best when it comes to rails. And saying that, the Brazilians aren't far behind. If you've seen them over in Vegas when one of theirs are on an FT, they go pretty mental too.
The old Vamos. You see Arian here, mixing in a limp in the button. Little change of pace. Queen 8 of clubs. Dan completes. 9 deuce suited. Paul checking his option in the big. Ace, Queen, Jack. Arian best. Middle pair.
And I think either or here for Arian with the backdoor flush draw. I think one we can go check, one we can go bet. Does opt to just take initiative. And Paul does have Broadway draw here. Faced with small size, getting over 4-1 on a call.
Does continue. Gonna get sticky. Turn is an 8. Arian now very disguised 2 pair. Paul improves to a double gut shot.
Probably the most action card in the deck, this one.
Right.
Rolling off on the turn. And I think as Arian here, always just happy to go bet, bet, bet. Perhaps try and get this in by the river. Probably choose a size here to give us a nice comfortable river shove on most rivers.
It does look to set it up. And Paul now with the decision, Jay.
Yeah, it's awkward as Paul does just take this approach, which I think's best. Like when we don't make our straight on the river, I don't think we get to play any lead bluffs. So just a lot of the time, we're just going to have to show down 10 high.
I thought you said you don't get distracted.
I did get distracted. It's Statter's fault, mate. Right. You know what I mean? Over there.
Help him to take responsibility.
Yeah, I did try.
Where's accountability?
Really, it's 400.
So Queen 10 on the button for Dan Charlton. Opening to Arian's big blind. Jack 7 off here. Seems fairly close one, maybe on the line. I think Jack 6 off we'd probably fold. Jack 8 always continuing. And does come in with the fend.
6-5 deuce, 2 spades. Arian gonna come with lead J. And mix one in.
It's an interesting one, three-handed, because like full ring versus MP versus EP can definitely get behind some donks on this board. But when we're three-handed, like I still expect Dan to have the 3-4 suited, the 6-5 suited on the button here. So I'm not sure if we actually get to donk versus button specifically. But he's going for it anyway with his 7 of spades in hand, and Dan Charlton having absolutely none of it.
He's going for it. That's leaning into what your thought process, Jay. Makes a lot of sense, of course. Range is going to be wider. Dan has the chip lead. Going to be opening very wide. And have, of course, all the overpairs. Bunch of suited 6x. Like you said, going to have all the sets. It's decided. Not having it, Arian. Going to bump it up. Gets it through. Picking up momentum.
Seems like
starting to pull away.
Tuned in is Dan. Seen a couple
very
of
nice
these nice little bluffs he's finding.
All of these spots, of course, combine. You're finding all the right bluffs, Jay, and all the right thin value bets. Going to be tough to stop. As we continue on, Paul, King 8 off on the button. 16 bigs effective stack.
And maybe one thinking of just trying to get the still fruit.
Does come in for a raise. Should get it done. Credit to Paul J. Hanging on in there. Really hasn't had the distribution on his side. Still in with a fighting chance if he can find that double. See Arian on the button, 4 or 5 off into the muck. Dan with the 10-8.
I do expect to see a continue in the form of a complete here. And Paul seems like a nice one to check. Suited queen off 17.
Does indeed check behind. $600K in the middle. 9-5 deuce, 2 hearts. Paul still best. Queen high also improves to a queen high flush draw. Dan gonna take a stab. That's 200K.
Good little stab here from Dan. No, we can see it's not going to work, but I think this 10-8 with a heart seems like a very nice candidate to use as one of these C-bet bet bluffs. And Paul going nowhere with his flush draw. Calls with position.
Turn is the ace of clubs. Once more, Dan recognizing he's not going to have too many ace-X in his range. A lot of them would have jammed pre-J. Does decide to shut this one down on the turn.
A heart river would be really interesting because I think it's a river that Dan Charlton probably has the idea of bluffing on.
The river is a 6. Does decide to shut it down. Paul going to be best here.
I'd love to see value though. Don't think it's ever getting paid by Dan's holding. Well, never getting paid, but would really like to see a value bet here from Paul. Target a 5, target a deuce. I like it. Nice bit of thin value. Went after it. Unfortunately, Dan with just 10 high.
Yeah, all three players, Jay, finding these thin river value bets. Been very impressive.
How old are you? You keep asking how old I am. How old are you? I don't want to offend you. Yeah?
You're 38? Yeah. We've been around for fucking ever, Dan. What? We've been around forever now, it's scary. Yeah. How old are you? 34. When do you reckon we first played online together? 15 years ago at least?
When I started playing online?
Wow. When?
2000, first year of uni, 2004.
I reckon we played the same game on Stars for about 15 years.
Yeah.
Sheldon Cooper.
I know, I'm just old as fuck now, bro. At least I learnt the art of having funny names quite quickly. Unlike Paul 12907 on Stars, that's like my only shit one, and that was my first one.
Dan continues the aggression. Ace-9 from the button.
An interesting one for Arian here, because off of 30, these are the hands that we like to use as our bluffs. The offsuit, Ace-X, just gonna play cool.
Rocks, yeah. I like that one.
Does just defend.
When we're in winners together.
Five in the window, followed by the deuce and the 3. Arian flops best. Top pair gut shot to the wheel. Dan 2 overcards and a gut shot to the wheel of his own. Content to check this one back. Turn is a 10. No change. 5s of Arian still best.
Yeah, I could be thinking about some value on the turn here. Obviously, the 10 rolling off, Dan can still have some 10x in there, but going to have a very wide opening range on the button. Let's go for some value. And the great thing about this as well, we do always get the call from the ace highs because they have the will draw. They always have to come along for one, as Dan does.
And when that ace materializes, some potential for more value for Arian. Dan does make the call. And how about that, Jay? River is a 9.
Filthy.
Wow.
Dirty river card for Arian here. And if he does check, I think Dan's going to have a clear value bet, but Arian may have some ideas of going for value of his own, and looks like he is here.
Yeah, gonna go with block. 425, quarter pot.
And Dan never folding here, just thinking if he could ever go for some cutthroat value with second pair against this small size and choice from Arian. Oh, what a beast. What a beast. Dan Charlton, take a bow. This is such a tidy value raise on the river here. Just making assumption that Arian never goes this size with a 10 or better. And therefore, we have the nut hand against anything else that isn't a 10 or a better. And this is some tidy stuff here, Andrew.
Yeah, this is a beautiful find from Dan. Further evidence that he is dialed in. Only thing that could top it, Jay, would be a rebluff.
Oh, imagine. Could you imagine if Arian just
it's
went
not
for the
impossible, right?
bluff here? Oh, oh my word.
Could be an extremely sick one. At 5, of course, very important card.
There's something interesting about how this hand's played as well. Flop's gone check as well. So probably Arian going to be thinking if Dan had something like jacks through aces, going to bet flop. So
right,
like it's actually really hard to think what Dan's doing this with because flop's gone check here. Could definitely have such stuff like Jack 10 through Ace 10 would make a lot more sense in Arian's head, at least. If he turned the 10, called with position, now going for value on the river. I think a 10 is probably the worry here for Arian in his head.
Yeah, when we tank this long, Jay, makes you imagine that he's likely considering call versus any further aggressive action.
I'll make you right. Can't see a third raise coming in now. It's just not going to be a thing once we take this amount of time. It's call or fold from Arian here. But also got to be thinking about where Dan's going to find bluffs from here. What hands would he choose to go for the bluff raise on the river that's called on the turn here? Really difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, it does make a nice laydown. Very nice value raise from Dan. Arian finds the discipline to let it go.
Yeah, very well played hand from both there. Enjoyed that one between the lads.
Some really high level stuff. Very much enjoying it. Welcome along, guys, if you are just joining us. Three-handed World Series of Poker Circuit main event. All three players still battling it out, still all in contention. A deal has been made. They are still playing for £9,700 plus that World Series of Poker Circuit ring. We've got Dan Charlton with the current chip lead. Paul Allen battling away on the short stack, refusing to go quietly. And in the middle, Arian Hassankashani. All still fighting away. Dan starting to pull away though, Jay. Foot to the floor as you see Arian now being pulled closer in chips to Paul.
And as mentioned, so dialed in, Andrew. I think as soon as the deal's been done, sometimes people may choose to play differently after they've locked up a large sum of money, but playing some terrific stuff is Dan Charlton, free-handed here.
Yeah, really nice river value raise. As we see Arian, the 10-5 suited. Does change gears, makes this 700k to go, gets it through.
Yeah, bottom of the range for Dan, 8 do soft, can't do anything but fold. Small one for Arian. And did mention earlier about this man. You can see on your screens Arian Hassankashani. This is his 11th final table in the last 6 months. So no stranger to these final table settings. Did have the chip lead free-handed. That's been changed now. But still in with a shot. As is Paul. A big favourite with over half the chips in play is that man on the right of your screen, Dan Charlton.
Action back on Arian. 9-4 of diamonds. Get out of the way. 10-7 off for Dan.
I saw him complete the 10-8 off last orbit, so expect the same here with the 10-7.
Does. Flick in one chip.
Yeah, I think just always check here for Paul. Off of just north of 18.
Ace, 7 jack. Dan flops best. Bottom pair. Backdoor straight and flush draws. Just 8 high for Paul.
Yeah, not too much going on here. As mentioned, on these ace high boards at this stack depth, not going to be as much ace X out there as some will do some shoving pre.
Let's go check, check. Turn is a 4. Dan here, still with the best of it. Paul does improve to a gut shot.
200,000.
Flicks in 200k. Going for a little value and protection with his pair of 7s.
Paul does have gut shot here, and we are getting 4-1 on a call, but can't see. There we go. Lets it go. Can't see how we get to continue here. Just let Dan have that one as he does.
Slowly but surely. grinding down his opponents. Is in the driving seat at the moment. Of course, anything can happen in No Limit.
Plus that. 5.5.
Action back on Dan. Suited ace-3. Interesting, Jay. Some potential for open shoves soon, you would expect for Dan. Perhaps thinking Arian has a little too much. Decides just to open for the min.
Yeah, definitely food for thought, though. I think one that could potentially find its way in there, even at 27 effective of Arian in the big blind. Does just go with open, get some value from the Jack 4 suited.
Does make the call. Five, 6, 7. Neither player with a pair. Arian does flop open-ended.
Yeah, and similar.
What's going on for Dan's hand?
Yeah, thought he was thinking about going for the donk again there, Arian, but I think similar scenario when Dan's range is just as wide on the button. I think we just want to check it over to him.
8 of hearts drills the turn, so Arian turns the bottom end of the straight. Does go for double check. Dan content to try and show down that ace-3. Queen of Spades river completes the board.
And I think as Arian here, don't want to be checking. Doesn't look like Dan has too much once he quickly checks behind both flop and turn, so I want to try and get value of our own. Yeah, and Dan just so tuned in at the moment. Didn't stab flop, didn't stab turn.
Right.
Just shutting down at the right time. Going to take some doing to stop him at the moment, Andrew, in my opinion.
It is. Very impressed, I've got to say. Seems to be finding the right decisions far more often than not. See if he can continue it and get this one over the line.
And he'll have the story as well. Was down to one chip, well, 25k, I believe, with 12 players remaining, and span it up. And here he is, chip leading free-handed. Would be some story if he could get over the line.
The literal chip in a chair. It can happen. It can happen, Jay. The dream is real. Real evidence, though, to never ever give up. No matter how shallow or short you are.
Exactly.
Just like that. With 12 left, Dan had one big blind.
I think these are the ones you want to win more as well when you've gone down to one chip, because you've got the story equity when you do take it down.
Little bit of story equity. I like it.
No, I'm just saying, is there a trophy soon? I don't think so. I think it'd be on the table right now if it was. That's my read. Cool.
Credit to Paul. Outstanding levels of patience. I feel like I haven't discussed him having any premium hand of any kind, Jay, all night. He did have those jacks that doubled through Dan. Other than that, I'm really struggling to think of any premiums.
Yeah, he's done well to make it this far with distribution he's had this evening. Couldn't agree more. Just been there, hanging about, keeping his head above water, and most importantly, still in with tournament life.
Looking to find a little bit of heat. So we see Arian on the button. 8-6-0. Round 2, Dan. King 6 off. Jay getting into the realms.
Yeah, I think one we do get to jam. Offsuit high-low King 6 potentially for 16. But just going to play cool here.
Dan potentially deciding. Paul still has a few too many chips for his liking to rip it in. As Paul checks it back. Sides against ISO in. The 9-5. Ace 7-4. King high still best.
Yeah, and I think one
Checks
we do
it over to Paul.
play check with is Dan. King high can definitely be the best of it blind on blind and does snag the king on the turn just in case.
It does improve. Second pair. Should be another case of hand over. Continuing to accumulate.
Raise 400.
Getting after it. Queen 5 off for Dan.
And timing impeccable. 2 trash holdings in the blinds. Raise and take. And while we've got a quick 15-20 seconds, guys, make sure if you're enjoying the coverage tonight, you hit the subscribe button on the DTD Player channel. Give the stream a like. You can also set your notifications on via the bell, so you will get notified every time that we are live streaming.
It's all going Charlton's way at the moment. Gets a walk.
Aaron just catching up with the chat box. Evening, everyone tuned in. Johnny Kelly, the legend.
Johnny Kelly, oh JK.
JK.
See you, buddy.
Won the Poker Go Cup, did last year at the Golden Nugget for a 6-figure score, did Johnny? And Michael Rosserman, good evening. Katie Swift still tuned in. Good evening.
I'm going to have to give a shout out to Johnny Kelly, probably the biggest gentleman in poker, Jay. I'm going to put it out there. Big ledge.
He's up there for sure.
Absolutely is. Great to have everybody in the chat. This one has been fantastic to view as we see Dan Charlton looking to close it out. Has just consistently chipped up. 14 million now in chips. Does limp again from the small with the 3-5 of clubs. Paul really been on that garbage end of the distribution. 7-5-0. Once again, it comes up empty. Dan flopping the best of it. Does have a gut shot. Backdoor clubs. It's coming for the stab.
It seems like a very nice one to stab here as Dan. Always folding out a better hands when we get the fold. Gut shot equity and backdoor clubs. Nicely done again from Dan Charlton.
See Dan, 10-7 off. Let's let this one go. Round 2, Paul. Nothing he can do. Frustration for Arian also. King Queen suited. No customer.
Must be really frustrating for Paul. Just cannot get dealt anything every time he looks down. There's a couple of napkins there and nothing we can do but let it go. Just got to keep patient until we finally find that hand that we get to go with.
That is it. One of the most underrated parts of the game, I'd suggest, Jay. When your card dead, to not get disconsolate, not get discouraged. Find a way to keep the chin up, grind it out. No potential here, Jay. 13 bigs, 7-8 suited on the button.
Could potentially go with this one here for 13 if he wanted to, Paul.
Certainly couldn't blame him. I feel as though limp is not impossible.
Yeah, limp could potentially be an option. It does just go with fold. Disciplined approach. Going to continue being patient, and once again one of these blind on blind battles between Arian and Dan about to occur.
Has had the best of it all evening long. Arian looking to change that. Dan does check back with the 10-4. King 3-9. 2 spades. Both players completely whiffing this board.
Yeah, going to be one of those. First sign of aggression should be taking the pot. And Dan's timing has been immaculate this evening. I'm not going for the stab here with the 10 high. Checks it back.
Turn is another king. Jack high still best. Arian, of course, can't know it. Let's go check, check again. River is a 7. Arian with that sliver of showdown. Decides to check. Dan deciding can't represent enough. Checks back river. Small pot goes the way. Arian. Here we go, Jay. Arian finding a real hand. Pocket 10s on the button. Found a hand with 30 or so bigs.
Raise 425.
Let's come in for a raise. And Paul just whiffing the deck, Jay. Every hand.
Like the amount of times he's had
unbelievable.
7-2, 7-3, 7-5, 7-4 now in this three-handed setting is crazy. Just cannot find anything, Paul.
Poker God's not been smiling so far. Plenty of time to turn it around. I'll say plenty of time. Some time. Obviously, three-handed game. Finds an ante's stock you.
Yeah, we haven't got till next week, put it that way. Still, say for example, Arian busted Paul or Paul doubled for Arian, then would be fairly deep when we get heads up.
I've been literally bottom 10% of the deck every hand for about.
Good job,
dealt, yeah.
Yeah, Paul referencing, been dealt out.
I'm not sitting here folding decent hands to a min race. And I walked you, I had 7-3 off again. Had ace-9 of diamonds there on the mister. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm running bad.
We're all running, but typically
Yeah,
I'm running really good. After that 25k.
Folds to Paul J in the small. Now down to the 10 big blind realm. Could have considered jam here. Does decide on limp. Arian here with the suited queen 6.
Yeah, so off of 11 effective here for Arian. Does opt to check.
Ace, king, queen. Arian here best. Bottom pair.
A really great board to see for Arian, just for the fact of the matter that Paul should shove pretty much all ace X from the small. Will shove a healthy amount of king X as well. So not essentially the nut pair, but very difficult for our opponent to have an ace or a king here because of the pre-flop action.
Yeah, I agree. Feels like a very over-bluffed board when the small blind has just limped. Arian quickly calls flop. Paul knuckles it over. Third diamond on the board. 7 of diamonds turn. Arian content to check back. Likely confident, Jay, that he has the best of it. To induce some potential river bluffs.
An interesting river. 5 of diamonds coming off does bring the 4-liner to a flush now. And Paul is going to go after it here once the flush completes.
We talk about these spots a lot, Jay. Some of the most overbluffed spots in tournament poker, and Arian fist pump calls river. Sniffs it out. Very well done. Fortunate for Paul. Can't get anything going. And he's going to be super short now, Jay.
Yeah, nice call there from Arian. Didn't take too much time before flicking it in with third pair, but I think a factor of that coming from the pre-flop action. Don't expect Paul to ever have the nuts with the king of diamonds. Expect the king X to shove pre. And then maybe if he's got like these 8 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds type hands, seem like a better bluff catch up when Arian may elect to over bluff the 4-liner to a flush himself. So well sniffed out from Arian Hassankashani there. Very nice.
A key pot goes the way of Arian as Paul. Queen, jack of spades, Jay, on the button, 6.5 blinds on. And your luck is out, Jay. Your luck is out. Dan Charlton has ace jack in the big, and here we go. Makes the snap call as he should. Dominating Paul here. Even worse news, Arian folded a queen in the small blind. Can Paul Allen get there?
Sound fair?
Drawing thin, Jay. Stranger things have happened.
See what the flop brings.
Flop. 9-5-4 with 2 diamonds.
Be a good one for
Ace jack of Dan Charlton holding. Couple of backdoors available. There's one. 6 of spades on the turn.
Never
Paul
easy.
Now hunting a queen or a spade. Can he find it?
Black as well.
Can't get there, Jay. 3 of clubs on the river. And we lose Paul Allen in 3rd place. GG, sir. Put on a great performance, Jay. Really didn't wake up with anything playable.
Agreed. Just card dead at his finest as Paul there. I think the only hand he had all final table was the pocket jacks, and then finds the queen jack of spades with fist pump getting it in, and somehow run into the ace jack of Dan in the big. Rough couple of hours for Paul, but great payday for him. Over 50k after the deal, and terrific run in this field.
Absolutely, and just like that, guys, we have finally reached heads up. And it's 2 beasts of the UK scene. Arian versus Dan. The battle of the Ans, Jay. We're going to go on a short break. Players going to take a 15-minute break, guys, while we sort out heads up. So please come back and join us 15 minutes time, where we will bring you the conclusion of this World Series of Poker Circuit main event. See you in 15.
See you soon.
Nice bit of sportsmanship, I see. I see.
Take it also,
I don't, mate. I don't.
A lot of raise and take it, a lot of overly cautious play, but everybody here getting after it. Great to see. Blinds 30-60k. Michael Can on the short stack, going to be looking to get something going. I mean, it's no fault of his own, Jay. He's just been dealt out on the sub 10 big blind realm now. Well, and there we go. Has woken up with a potential jam. Ace-8-0. 10 bigs, just sending us in, Jay.
Yeah, I think fairly easy one for Michael. One that we're happy to look down at. I think actually probably the best hand he's been dealt all FT. Distribution has been bottom of the barrel for Michael and just had to sit there and fold, but now does get the opportunity to say those words.
Yeah, in they go. Wondered if he would potentially half stack here in case we get, you know, a jam from Keith and a call from Yannis. Does put it in, and unfortunately for Michael, Keith Johnson's found the pocket jacks. We're going to have our first final table all in moment. Here it comes. Keith puts it in. Michael Can at risk. Going to need to improve here, Jay. Looking for one of the remaining 3 aces in the deck, or he's going to be out in 6.
Yeah, it's an annoying
Very
game.
Unfortunate.
Michael not put a foot wrong all FT, but going to have to win this 30-70.
Can he get there? Oh, it's a slow roll from the dealer. 4, 5, 6.
Got a ball.
Improve. Picking up 4 additional outs. Looking for a 7 or an ace. 1 card to come. Can Michael Can find it? Cannot. Jack of diamonds on the river. Sends the pot the way of Keith Johnson, and we do lose Michael Can in 6th place. Good game to you, sir. Really nothing he could do, Jay. Pretty handcuffed at that final. Sometimes that's what it comes down to. You got to pick up some playable hands. Nice run from Michael. He is our 6th place finisher, picking up £5,190. Good game, sir.
I told you what I was going to do with these 3 suited, didn't I?
Actually, that's what I should have 3-bet called. Yeah, I should have.
Instead of cool. That wasn't verbally binding, alright? Fold.
Folds round to Yannis in the small here, and could be trouble with the King 6 offsuit. Nikolai just sub 12. Could just set Nikolai in here as Yannis with the King 6.
Yeah, potential trouble. You called it, Jay, and Nikolai going to have a snap with the pocket 8s, and he is going to be in great shape here to find that double up. Yannis, unfortunately for him, runs into it. Does have a live overcard. 1.6 million in the middle. Potential big chip swing incoming. Nikolai Mahmoud looking to hold with the snowman. This dealer, what's with the slow rolls? 10-5 deuce. Is a backdoor straight draw for Yannis. Turn is a 3. Looking for a king or a 4. Can he do it? Oh my goodness.
Oh, what a way to go.
The backdoor straight, Jay.
Wow.
Max pain for Nikolai.
Talk about
disgusted run out
the hard way.
My goodness, that is brutal stuff. Unlucky Nikolai. He is our 5th place finisher. £6,750 will be scant consolation. Was almost right back in the mix as Yannis finds that backdoor straight. And just like that, Jay, 4-handed. Yannis, the wheels were falling off, Jay, but he's got this. He's got the screwdriver and the wrench out. What a run out that is.
Ravi got out of line, but can't see any other situation where Keith Johnson doesn't say the words, "I'm all in here." Andrew.
Yeah. Sometimes you're the bug. Sometimes you're the windshield. This one, 20 bigs against someone as aggressive as Tom. Got to get it in there. And in they go. Yannis gets out of the way. Tom, snap calls, of course. Ace-Queen suited. Far too much hand to consider doing anything else. Can the grey-haired millionaire continue to be in contention. Needs to find a jack or some kind of straight or flush. 7-4-3 with 2 spades.
Is it?
Keith drawing very thin. Does turn chop out. Looking for a 7 or a 4 to stay alive, or one of the remaining 3 jacks. Can't find it. Queen of diamonds on the river. We do lose Keith Johnson in 4th place. Another fantastic showing from Keith on the high roller scene. Well played, sir. Nothing to be done. Ace jack 4-handed. We do lose Keith in 4th place. Picks up £10,000. Great performance. And just like that, Jay, we're down to 3.
Take, but then just took it on the chin, got on with it, and chipped back up to the chip lead now. Healthy one as well.
Sure.
Here we go. Ravi on the button. 850.
I'm going to open this. Yannis with the reshove stack.
Oh, potential looming. Yannis, pocket 9s in the small.
Yeah, Yannis can find the complete here. Andrew, he's going to get it a lot. He's going to get it all. And he does find the complete.
Go.
And Tom here doesn't really have a decision. 16 bigs, ace-5 suited, facing a complete. Should hear those words. Or as Tom...
Mr. Hall likes to signify that triangle, Jay.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, he hasn't done it. He's verbalized it this time. In
Not
they
this
go.
time.
Yannis, snap calls, of course, pocket 9s. And here we go, guys. 3-handed all in. Critical point in the tournament. Can Yannis find the hold? 66% of the time he will. Oh, the slow rolls from the dealer today. 7, 3, 6. Tom does flop a gut shot, looking for a 4 or an ace. Can he find it? 7 outs once for Tom Hall. And it's a 4 on the river. Wow, finds the gut shot and drives the knife into the gut of Yannis. GG, my friend. Yannis Leperis is our 3rd place finisher. Picks up £15,000 for 3rd place. Great performance from Yannis, as always. GG, sir. Great run. And Jay, we have our heads up contenders.
Okay, hero call free streets in a free bet pot with King High correctly in a cash game on stream before. So he has them in the locker. He does like
Here we go, Jay. This is it, my friend. Ravi, pocket 6s, sends them in. Tom, quick call with King 10. This could be it. Ravi needs to find a hold with the 6s versus the 2 overs of Tom Hall. Do we have a high roller champion, or can Ravi keep this match going?
Flop time.
Here we go.
And the king in the window propels Tom Hall to the lead. He's just fading 2 outs to become the champion. And does on the 10 of clubs river. 2 pair for Tom Hall.
And Tom finds it, Jay. King and a 10. And we have our champion, Tom Hall. Takes down the World Series of Poker Circuit High Roller event. Commiserations, Jay, to Ravi. Fantastic performance. 2nd place basically came down to 2 coin flips at
We'll be right back.
So just to confirm, no trophy, just a ring.
Lucky.
It won't be this thing. You're going to get the main event gets a custom made ring.
Okay.
So whoever wins, I'm going to need you at best.
Here we go, everyone. Whittled down to 2. Arian Hassankashani and Dan Charlton playing heads up for the WSOP ring.
Heads up, right?
Quite the final table it has been, Jay.
Is it alright for the cards here?
A very enjoyable
Really enjoyed
watch.
it.
Yeah,
really
there's been
enjoyed it, mate.
some fantastic play. We saw George's absolute wild card was great to watch. I love it when people just aren't fussed and just don't care. Happy to continue. It's been a real mixed bag at the final table, but these two played terrifically well. Two very big names in UK poker at the moment. Dan Charlton with the chip lead, but I wouldn't write this man off in Arian Hassankashani.
Absolutely agreed. Starting heads up, Dan with a 2-1 chip lead. Blinds 100, 200k. So Arian with plenty of wiggle room. 37 big blinds deep. And he wakes up with a big one straight away. Pocket jacks facing the min raise of Dan.
Yeah, and heads up, just going to be going for free bet here as Arian. Want to get value from our hand.
10 seconds. 1.5. Raise 1.5 million.
Does announce a 3-bet. And that is a quick hand over.
Yeah, and didn't want to mention this point when we got to the start of the FT, but now that we're heads up, I think it's kind of fitting that I do. Dan Charlton has had 6 heads up battles in his live poker career and is yet to close one out. But could this be the one where he finally gets that victory in a live setting? We've seen him win plenty online, but still searching for that first live victory.
What a rub down.
I just can't help it, Andrew. Sometimes when you get to this stage, the John Motson comes out of me. I've got to say these things. I weren't going to mention it all FT, and then Dan's heads up, so now I've got to say it.
He's gone and put the lad under pressure. Let's see if he can close it out. Indeed, up against a formidable opponent. Felt like as we went through, Jay, that this looked like the likely heads-up battle. Very intrigued to see this one pan out. So we see Arian here limping with Queen 3 off. Right about 40 bigs effective. Dan with a very strong hand heads up. Ace 8 of diamonds. He's going to bump it up.
Raise 800,000.
Certainly makes a lot of sense, Jay. Let's get some money in the middle. Strong hand heads up. Arian, not much you can do there. Queen 3-0 doesn't stand up too well. Facing the 4x in the early goings of this heads up battle. If you are just joining us, guys, the players did make a deal 3-handed. But they are still playing on for an additional £9,700 plus that World Series of Poker circuit ring. And of course, the additional entrance into the World Series of Poker Tournament of Champions. When they dealt, Arian, £71,800 already in his pocket. 63.6 for Dan. So both players, Jay, taking home a very tidy 5-figure score. Now it just remains to be seen who's going to take it down.
Can I put it better myself? Plenty to play for. I think the bit of silverware, whatever you want to call it, both are on the hunt for that. Just having a WSOP ring. It's a great little fin brag to drop in conversation from time to time, isn't it?
You want the glory now, right? You've battled all week. You've got heads up. You want that trophy. Additional 10k as well, as if they needed any more motivation.
Yeah, and done a bit of digging regarding the $1 million free roll last year. It actually got just over 750 entries, 200k to the winner in that. So potential more money could be coming from the victory later on in the summer.
Absolutely right. So we see Arian here. Deuce 4 off. Both players some very dusty looking pre-flop holdings. Not much folding, of course. Heads up. Arian deciding this one a fair candidate to let go.
And not many hands you'll see go into the mark pre-flop when you're first in on the button. We'll see a lot of limping going on heads up that you wouldn't usually see in a free-handed to 9-max setting.
As Dan looks down, 9-10 offsuit. Going to continue once more with the raising strategy from the button. Arian with a hand that could go either way here, Jay.
Yeah, it could potentially get aggressive. Just had the free bet for value with the jacks. Are we going to see a free bet as a bluff here with the offsuit ace-x, but just going to play cool. Starting the hand with 35 effective.
Jack 8. Dan Charlton flopping, open-ended straight draw. Arian with ace high, still the best of it for the moment.
Do expect the old check bet call here. Arian shouldn't be folding ace high to 1-bet in a heads up setting here when ranges are as wide as they should be. Diamond in hand as well with a little potential backup.
Certainly not going to fold to a quarter pot. Does make the call. Turn is a jack. Pretty bad card for Dan. He was wanting to continue to barrel. Great card for Arian. Going to be more confident now that ace high is best. Dan recognizing it. Takes a free one. That free one is a deuce. No improvement for Dan.
I think Arian's just got to play check here and hope that we get the check behind from Dan and aren't met with a difficult spot.
Yeah, Dan decides to shut it down. It's like a prudent decision, Jay. Going to run into enough ace high.
Yeah, it's
Slow
one
played,
of those.
bolts. Seems like a good one to shut down.
Never ever folding an 8, obviously not folding the jack, and I think even some ace highs are probably going to find the hero in a heads up setting. Potentially well timed shutdown, but Arian closes the gap early on, up north of 8 million, 40 big blinds.
As we know, Jay, heads up poker, extremely volatile. Only takes a couple of pots to close that gap. They joust for position in the early goings. Bunch of shouts in the chat for both players. Cries of Silkman echoing into the night. Of course, Dan, diehard Macclesfield Town fan. As we see Arian now opening the button, Jack 7-0. Dan with 7-8, set to defend. And does make the call. Ace, King, Jack. Arian, bottom pair. Nothing for Dan.
Yeah, as opener could potentially go for check back here with third pair. In terms of range, we'll have a lot of bets on this board, but with our particular holding, could be one that could think about some checks. One of those either high equity spots or behind in terms of equity quite largely against ace and king X. Does just bet range though, gets it through. And Dan Charlton just referencing that they are 40 plus deep and could be a grind and could potentially go on for some time, this one.
Plenty of play in the respective stacks. As we see Dan waking up with a premium hand heads up. Queen Jack of clubs. Comes in for another raise. Arian dominated holdings. Jack 7-0.
I do expect to see defend though. Heads up setting. Be surprised if he let this one go.
Does make the call. King Deuce 4. One club. Dan still best with Queen High.
And I think one
Arian
that
coming up empty.
we do want to continue high frequency here. King High board as the opener. Some nice backdoors with the Queen Jack. Arian can't do anything with complete whiff with the Jack 7 offsuit. Gets out of there. And I spoke about Dan Charlton's heads-up record, 0 for 6 in the live career.
Oh, he's done him again.
But no, I'm just leading into what I'm going to say next. I'm just about to mention Arian's. How Arian's got on in his heads-up battle. So Arian has had 7 heads-up in his live poker career, 3 wins from the 7. So has been here a fair few times himself. This is Dan's 7th heads-up of his own.
I'm not going to check till morning now. I'm only going to respond.
We know that old Judge Dredd has done it all online and won plenty.
3 from 7, Jay. That's pretty strong. Pretty strong close-out record. To see Arian once more. 8-4 of clubs. 40 bigs deep. Is coming in for a raise. And Dan, King 3-0. One of those magic combos that occasionally get aggressive, Jay.
I could potentially see it. It's not like we have the free bet all the time, going to play cool more often, but then once in a while we will dip into it as a free bet. Does just take this approach playing cool.
Nine, 5 deuce. Both players coming up empty. These boards, of course, and these pots in heads up. Very important to take them down when neither player connects. Arian gonna find aggression on the flop. Likely hand over and is.
The blinds are up now.
Blinds up. Trying to get out of it.
The dealer announces the blinds have gone up.
And to be fair, Andrew, you say that I've done Dan Charlton twice. He done me in Vegas last year when he promised me we were heading to an amazing place, an amazing bar at 5 in the morning.
No.
And we walked in there. There was one bloke on the karaoke, about 3
It's
others
Ellis
sat in the
Island,
corner.
isn't it?
Of course it was Ellis Island. How did you know? How did you know? He goes, oh, we gotta go. I've got this great place. You gotta come to this place with me. You love it. You absolutely love it.
And the spoiler is, Jay, you did not love it.
Oh, yeah.
He does love that place for reasons unknown. Getting back after it. 7-5 off. In for a raise from the button. Blinds now at 125, 250k. Can confirm, guys, that heads up, the clock has reduced to 30 minutes per level. A long old slog this week for these guys. Heads up play. Going to reduce the levels. We see a defend from Arian with 7-8. Jack 4-4.
And I think both players with a hand that could potentially go for a stab hit. Dan with the 7-5. Fold out a lot of better hands. 3 to flush, 3 to straight hand. Could potentially go for a small stab as Dan Charlton.
Does bet 300k. Arian with a hand that has Bunch of backdoors working for it. Is it going to float one here, Jay? Seven on the turn. Both players now with 2 pair.
Could be thinking about check now as Dan once we pick up this pair, have position, see what Arian does on the river.
Does check behind King of Clubs river.
Probably one that's always going to go check now. Front door flush does complete. Don't think either player going to try and target some ace highs, which probably never call in on this run out. So I think one that likely to be going check.
10 seconds.
Is Arian thinking of maybe a block? Been doing a lot of this on the final table.
Is reaching. Looks like 20%. Dan, fist pump calls. Says the price is right. I'm going to chop this one up.
That tickle you a bit.
Yeah.
Did that tickle you a bit?
A little bit.
Little smile from Dan. Sees Arian check hold. With that float, the old 8 high. I'm going to chop this one up.
Is it vibrating too much?
Yeah.
I had to put mine on silent.
Just delving into the YouTube chat. Mr. Ian Needleman, thanks for tonight, Andrew and Jay. You're very welcome, my friend. Glad you're enjoying the coverage. And guys, if you want to find out about all things Dusk Till Dawn related, please give us a follow on our social media channels at DTD Club and at DTD Player. For all things upcoming, big plans over the next months and years for more live poker coverage coming your way. See Arian limping on the button. 3-4 off. Blinds up now, of course. Dan with the Queen 9-0, content to check. Ace, King 5. Queen high still best.
Yeah,
Arian with the gut shot, Jay. Gonna start bluffing.
seems like a pretty trivial one, this one, with just 4 high, always folding out better hands, equity to the gut shot there as well. Dan will do some raising with some ace and king X pre-flop. Gonna take one off with queen high.
Does make the call. Jack of spades turn. Queen high still best. Arian with a decision to make, Jay, whether to fire up the barrels
I
or
think this
take
one
a free one.
is pretty nice to potentially go for some barrels with. Reason being, like, we still have the strong hands that complete on the button in heads up, whereas Dan don't really check hands like ace king ace jack in the big. Whereas we will complete a lot of our strong hands some of the time to potentially go for the complete raise pre-flop. So I actually think this is fairly nice here from Arian. Targets some 5x in there, potentially a Dan, but Dan has been on point.
This
whole FT, he has just been on point with his decision making, calling correctly here with queen high.
really has. Gonna get stubborn. River incoming. Selfishly in the booth, we'd like a blank to see what happens, and we do get one. 7 of hearts. Look at this from Dan. Just finds that turn stickiness. Arian waves the white flag. Sees that he may well have got this one through, Jay, with the treble. As it stands, shuts it down. Interesting one. Might have made sense to treble, I think. Unblocking those diamonds and spades that could call, fold on rivers.
Could be the idea. And in terms of range, we're literally at the river with the worst possible hand we're going to get there with. So could have been some ideas about tripling that spot. But shut it down. And Dan takes a nice one with just queen high there.
Big pickup. As we go on in this heads-up battle, action back on Dan on the button. Queen 3 suited. Does continue with the raising strategy. Arian content just to defend ace-7 off.
Yeah, seems like too many BBs to just be moving in here. You're just going to call and take a flop out of position.
Queen in the window, followed by a 3. Dan flops huge, top and bottom pair.
Going to be getting some action from Arian here. Should be calling once with ace higher and 7 in hand, 3 to a straight on the rainbow board. Goes to the...
Go for 40%. Arian makes the call. 1.8 million now in the middle.
Ooh. Not a nice turn for Arian here. Going to have to stick around for another street, and Dan's got one that's just going to want to go bet here. So bad turn for Arian, not that he knows it. Going to have to stick around for the river.
Absolutely, Jay, and against an aggressive player like Dan, it'd be very difficult to get away from second pair top kicker here, at least on the turn. Critical pot unfolding. Does make the call. Arian working with around about 1.5 pots behind Jay.
A big river coming up.
King of Diamonds completes the board, and Dan with the queen high flush. My goodness, very interesting, Jay. Arian with that ace of diamonds in hand.
Yeah, and not that he knows it, but if Dan goes small here, this is one that Arian might elect to turn into a bluff here. So we'll see what happens. Arian has to play check here with a7, got no other option, but dependent on what size Dan chooses here, if Dan chooses a smallish size, it could potentially induce from this hand. But just goes for the lot anyway, announces all in with the queen 3 suited. And if Arian throws on the cape here, we will have a champion.
Big moments. Dan Charlton is one call away from taking down this title. Arian with a potential bluff catch hand.
Ace of diamonds, obviously, good card to have. If Dan ever did elect to double barrel some nut flush draws, c-bet flop, pick up nut flush draw, barrel again, that's not a thing. So he does have this ace of diamonds in here. One question he's got to ask himself, though, is where does Dan's value start from here? Would he go for value with a hand like ace queen, a rivered king x and 1 pair holdings perhaps? Or whether he thinks that Dan's value starts at like 2 pair plus. So a lot of things he's got to be asking himself here. Really tough river spot, especially with that ace of diamonds in hand, blocking some of the nut flushes that Dan would take this line with.
Critical moments, Jay. Only a couple of time banks left for Arian. Not a nice feeling when you're trying to make a decision for your tournament life.
Like, I think like the bluffs here for Dan, where's Dan going to build the bluffs from as well? I guess it's going to be some hands that contain a diamond, maybe like a jack 10 with a diamond, something like that. But it's a real tough river decision for Arian here. And is he going to throw on the cape? That's his last time bank, so we're going to find out in 30 seconds.
Less than 30 seconds to decide. He's made the call! And Dan Charlton has just won the World Series of Poker Circuit main event. The pride of Macclesfield gets it done, Jay. What a performance. really put on a clinic, decision-making on point all night long. Commiserations to Arian. A valiant effort from himself. Second place, though, and takes down around £72,000. And Dan Charlton, Jay, he's shook the monkey off his back and won a live comp.
There we go. And more importantly, that WSOP ring, which I think he's going to be chuffed with. But you hit the nail on the head with the roundup there, Andrew. Just so tuned in all final table, especially when we got short-handed, like 4 or 5-handed. I think that's when we saw Dan. Just every decision he made seemed to be correct, whether he was bluffing, whether he was value betting. Just finally tuned in, and a worthy winner in the end this evening.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Hearty congratulations to Dan. Takes down the title and the additional £9,700 as well, of course, as that additional carrot entrance into the World Series of Poker Tournament of Champions. What a performance. Got to hand it to him. Jay, all that remains for me to do, hand over to you for some final thoughts.
Yeah, it was good FT. It was always nice when you got an FT with a mixed bag of players, not like just pro heavy and everyone's playing correctly. It's so fun when you've got a few in the mix that aren't really fussed about busting, just want to try and get involved and win pots. That Gerges was great to watch. He put on a bit of show for us for an hour or two. And then when Dan had his 2 double ups, I think that's when he come alive, when he got some chips, was able to get aggressive, had a nice seat draw with the stacks distributed around the table. And then just done the rest, held in spots he needed to hold. And we have a champion, and there he is with the photo and the ring. Congratulations, Dan Charlton, our WSOP circuit main event winner here in Nottingham.
Love to see it indeed. Well deserved. Great performance from Dan. Well, that's it, guys, for the week. All that remains for me to do is say thanks very much. I'm getting my words twisted. Thanks very much to Jay on co-coms all week long. Fantastic as always, my friend. Also, thanks to the staff at DTD, everybody for the hard work putting on this event, and our production team at home, and also to all of you guys at home. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. Next up, Mediterranean Poker Party. That is happening in the early days of May, so check out the schedule for all information related to it online at DTD Club, at DTD Player. And that is it from us. Big congratulations, Dan Charlton. He's done it for Macclesfield. We'll see you next time, guys. Good night.
Good night, everyone.